Welcome to Nerd Church. You, as a reminder, are starting this episode in an abandoned temple. As you are journeying down the river, you came across the ruins of a small community, the center of which is a fallen, sort of tumbled down stone temple. Most of this area has been heavily looted, as you already found out as you kind of investigated around. However, Potham, in his search,
And his
managed,
shortness.
and from his perspective, a little lower to the ground, was able to open a secret passageway underneath the altar in the center of the temple, revealing a narrow set of stone stairs leading down into the darkness. And I went ahead and made an assumption that you all were going to be exploring that instead of just leaving. That doesn't have to be the case. You have full agency. But I will have to do something very different for our session tonight if you decide to just walk away and continue your journey downriver.
Seems dark down there. No thanks.
No, gross.
Start a hammock camp.
But yeah, what you see before you is a dark tunnel with stone stairs leading down, and a sort of cool breeze and very musty air wafts up out of this tunnel over you, Potham.
Cool breeze, tight squeeze. Now you got the shivers.
Oh, that air is stale.
Do we have someone with us?
No, you
No,
have
it's
your
just
bugs.
Our bug buddies.
I
You got your
mean,
bug buddies.
I don't.
Well,
some of
that's
us
a
have
good
bug
point.
buddies.
Yeah.
Some of you still have bug buddies.
You're just riding in my bug's giant
Right.
basket.
I'm just like,
Rest in peace, Beatty the nice cricket. I believe is what I labeled that particular.
Red shirt cricket.
right.
Yep.
right.
Did all the other crickets survive? Susan the battle cricket,
Oh.
Mert the speed cricket, and NX07 the utility cricket?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're all fine. But
Did your
Beatty
crickets
didn't
survive?
make it.
Yeah, she did. She almost did
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
But but I ran back and was able to give her some
Yeah.
potions and save her.
Oh yeah, sorry, you were
Yeah.
like shoving
Yeah.
the potion down her throat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a panda figure?
Oh yeah.
I actually bought a bear. I just forgot.
Oh, you
it.
did?
I did.
Actually, I feel like maybe Pando's in here.
I have to get something to travel with them, because I feel like it's just gonna break in my backpack.
Is that Pando?
Yeah, I got to get a metal one.
This is good for Pando. This is good for Pando. You can get metal.
Oh yeah.
I think they had that
You can
like
get all
elf
kinds of cool
druid or
stuff.
something.
There's red.
The hawk.
What?
Oh yeah, this
And-
is the one. This is the one.
Oh yeah. That
You
is the
you
one.
got to drop a little bit of money, but and since I've gotten these two, they have gone up in price.
Maybe I should just. I keep telling myself
Look
I'm
at
gonna go.
these
And,
guys.
yeah, I keep telling myself
I
I'm
mean,
gonna
they're
like paint 'em.
durable.
Yeah.
Can
That's
maybe
red
a
and
dumb
black.
question? Can you use the same kind of paint on metal?
I would imagine.
Okay.
I would check.
Yeah.
I don't
So
have any
you
paint.
can.
That's a next level that I will get to someday.
Does anybody want regular dice for today, or is everybody going digital or brought their own dice?
I'm gonna do digital.
Okay. And I'll put these.
Oh wait, you know what? I lied. Thank you. I'm mostly digital, but I think when I do bear, I have to do. I mean, if I do bear.
When I do bear.
when I bear, it's just when I'm not bear, I die so fast.
That's true.
So, I got a bear.
Well, here's your majestic puma.
Thank you.
In case you decide to do that. I don't have a bear.
That's okay. I bought one. I just need to remember to bring it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But I do have a guy who kind of looks like a bear. He's holding a
He
mace,
does kind of look
but
like a bear.
if you squint.
Yeah. Look at him like out of your peripheral.
Okay, so you are poised here at the top of the stairs. Let's talk about how you're proceeding. So what you're currently seeing on the map is not what you see looking down. So it is currently unlit as you look down there. So it is pitch black down in this tunnel. So suspend disbelief as you look at this map for now.
Can you guys see anything? Your dark.
Oh
vision
yeah, we have
people?
dark vision.
We do have dark vision. Do we
Yes.
need to roll to use dark vision?
Nope. Whatever distance it says, it is how far you can see. And
60 feet? We're the same, right?
yeah. So
We're the
60
cool
feet
cats.
is
so cool.
what, 12 squares?
Yep. Decently.
So
Yeah.
you if those of you with dark vision can see, and for our purposes, dark vision for you basically is like everything's black and white, or it's like a grayscale kind of view, but sort of night vision-y
Yeah.
grayscale. The equivalent of seeing something in dim light, like if you're walking in moonlight, let's say.
Sure.
And so those of you with 60 foot of dark vision, you can see all the way down to the second or third landing there. So you can see there's several sets of stairs. There are little alcoves that proceed off to the sides, but you cannot see all the way down. You do see it descends quite a distance, though, and fairly steeply. There's, it goes deep into the earth.
Friends, because I have this resource, I think that we should use it and send the Exocomp ahead just to take a look at potential dangers
I think
that
that's a
might
great idea.
surprise us.
Given what we just encountered, that sounds great.
Potham reaches into his bag and does just a couple little tinkerings with things and kind of smacks an orb a couple of times that starts to glow and float.
Okay.
A little clockwork glow. Magical tinkering is what I've just used. My object sheds bright light in a 5-foot radius and dim light for an additional 5 feet.
Okay.
And Potham will attach that to the Exocomp and send him forth.
All right, excellent. So the Exocomp proceeds down the stairs. As it does, it reveals a modestly wide passageway. As you can see, it's about 15 feet across. The architecture here is noticeably different than the temple above. You can tell that this area is older than the temple that was built atop it. It's hard to tell how much older, but it's clear from the cobwebs and the layer of dust that the automaton is kicking up with its steps that this has been undisturbed for a very long time. As the Exocomp proceeds further down, right around the time it gets to this landing, something happens. You hear a clicking sound, and it's about 3 sharp clicks in a row. Any reactions? Any responses to that?
I mean, if he's there, then both of us can actually still see what's happening.
Everybody
around
can
him.
see
Okay, so
him
he's got a
clearly.
light.
Everybody can see the
Oh, that's
Exocomp
right.
clearly
Okay.
because it is a light source in itself. It's about 20 feet down the stairs at this point.
I mean,
3 sharp clicks. You've got half a second if there's anybody wanting to do a thing.
Back up!
Take cover!
All right, you all take a small step backwards, and as you do,
With that, I feel like
Off to
Bottom's
the
command was mainly
at
towards the
at the
Exocomp.
Exocomp to back up.
If everybody else also
I
heeded
think
that
we
advice,
should.
that would be
Okay.
great.
Step
Yeah.
to the
All
side
right,
of
so
the tunnel.
everybody,
Yeah.
including the Exocomp, takes a step back in the brief moment you have, and as the third click ends, you hear a whoosh as glowing green flames ignite in the sconces and sensors all the way down
exciting.
along this underground entrance. So now everything is not brightly lit, but fully lit in this sort of an eerie blue-green glow. These magical lanterns, essentially. They're open flame, but they are being, you cannot tell what the fuel source is. But they are now, this whole area is now fairly well lit for you.
Cool.
Okay, well, it's better than a trap.
Yeah. Send the exocomp down a little further.
I think at this point, Potom will just go and meet the exocomp where he's at,
Okay.
To the first landing.
gracefully,
Gracefully.
watching for. Yeah, right.
Bottom prances
I
down.
have no worries in the world.
This is not a musical. It's a musical number.
We'll go and meet the exocomp where he's at, and let's just do a little check for traps on that first landing.
Okay. Yep. Make an investigation check.
15.
Okay. You don't see any obvious signs. No tripwires, pressure plates, anything like that reveal themselves to you. If there is something here, it is very well concealed. You suspect that the lights initiated by some magical system of detection. And in fact, as you examine the walls beneath these first two sconces, you see a very small glyph carved into the walls opposite each other, like directly facing each other. Those glyphs are now gently glowing. They are, well, only one of you speaks Minotaur, so you don't know what this glyph means,
Sure.
but you suspect that was probably the trigger, the equivalent of a magical tripwire.
Just means turn on the light, probably. Now you to know. All right.
And just because, I mean, even though we can suspect that it's magic, is there a chance that I can just do an Arcana check to see if I better understand
Sure.
the nature of this temple and why it's here?
You can do an Arcana check on this specific glyph if you
Okay, sure. I got a 26.
That's very good. Yes, I'd say with
Investigation and Arcana are the two things that Potom does.
does well.
Mhm.
I would say this is almost instantly familiar to you because you use glyphs like this in a lot of your work. This is the equivalent of a magical circuit, and when set up in this way, something moving through between the flow of magical energy from one part of the circuit to the other interrupts the circuit. It breaks the circuit, and that can be used as a triggering device. You actually use this in much more complex ways. So, for example, when you created the fantasy cybernetic brain for your exocomp, it uses thousands of these as capacitors and triggers and ones and zeros and all that good stuff, right? But that's all this is.
Okay.
And it is, now that you've seen it, fairly obvious. If there are others later in this area, I will give you advantage to your roll to seeing them, spotting them.
And just
Yeah.
because I would imagine that this world isn't all that different from our own, are there sort of signatures to who would have set this up? Like a bomb maker uses the same sort of techniques in
Modus
each.
operandi.
And since Potom is in the field of advancing technology in this world, he's been around the block for a minute.
So what I would say is, so two things. One, this is, compared to how you use these, this is very...
Child's play.
It's archaic.
Okay.
So
Oh, that's cute.
yeah, this is like, it's the equivalent of how would I describe this? It's the equivalent of like someone who programs computers looking at one of the old punch card systems.
Okay.
Right? Like somebody at the time probably thought this was advanced and
Oh, it was.
a very skilled.
Right.
They were probably very skilled
Yeah.
in what they do. The glyph is also written in Minotaur, which once Freya has a chance to look at it, she could see if she has some sense of what it means. But it is it's the structure and the inscription around it that actually make the connection. The word or the phrase in Minotaur is what denotes its purpose. It's almost like a label on a button.
Okay.
So a couple things. Your best guess is that this wasn't created by some high-level arcanist or anyone who has nearly the understanding of magical technology that you do. This is more like what a traditional spellcaster would create.
Okay.
Most likely, because you're in a temple or because of the temple above you, you would assume a cleric of some kind put this together.
I think that this is a time that Freya, your unique skills of. Is it Minotaur? You speak Minotaur, right?
Oh, I speak Minotaur. Yes, I don't know if I've mentioned it before or not, but I do speak Minotaur.
Weird. I can't believe I've never heard that.
Maybe you'll remember it next time. I'm happy to remind you anytime you need, though.
I believe this is a Minotaur temple, so your skills will.
Yeah, let me come down there and check it out.
All right, Freya comes on down,
I
and
feel like she's very proud, like walking
Oh
down.
yeah, oh yeah. No, I speak Minotaur.
Yeah.
And you
the
just see Potom kind of holding his belly and like.
just gnome jiggling. All right, Freya, you come down, and there's just a very simple phrase on here. It's again in an old dialect, but it essentially it's the equivalent of welcome across. Oh, to welcome. It's a verb to welcome across the threshold,
Okay.
but it doesn't quite mean that.
Oh.
It's like, okay.
Again, the dialect is a little weird.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I'm not over
But
there.
the
My ear's like, y'all figure this out. I'll
Yeah,
be down
well,
in a minute.
the context in
Saw
which
what happened.
the context in which you've heard or seen this word before is one of welcoming someone into your home.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
This
that's
is
good.
not that,
Oh, that's
but
not.
it's the closest you can get with
like
your
an
understanding of
emotional
this
roller
old
Yeah,
dialect.
yeah. Positive, negative.
Maybe I don't speak Minotaur. I guess
Yeah.
we're gonna find out.
Is it like
It's
enter
very,
as you
like-
dare
yeah.
sort of thing?
This is a
You know,
this
like
is a very old dialect of the
Yeah.
Minotaur language that Freya doesn't recognize.
Freya will be learning something
Yeah.
today.
Old
Yeah. Okay,
Minotaur.
guys. I think we're good. I think we can go down. Want me to go first? Should I go with the exocomp?
Let's just let the exocomp
Yeah.
save
No,
us.
that's a good idea.
All right, the exocomp is proceeding then.
Yes.
How far are we going?
Let's. Well, I'm gonna send him down to the next landing,
Okay.
but again, cautiously.
Okay. The exocomp tromps along
Cautiously.
cautiously.
I sort of imagine that it sounds like.
That's kind of
Yeah.
how I understood it as well.
It arrives unimpeded at the next landing and does not seem to create any new changes.
Alriady?
Okay.
We can head down after it.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll follow.
Freya,
Okay.
Freya
Yeah.
boldly goes forward.
Move
Also.
me too as well.
Y'all pace the exocomp. In this set of alcoves, in addition to these blazing magical sensors, you sensor. Am I pronouncing that right? The CENSERS sensor. It's like a.
That's how I would pronounce
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
In addition to that, there are some inscriptions on the walls here. This is all mostly text, so there's some like inscribed scroll work and some phrases here, some of which you can read.
Could I maybe do a history check here?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Yeah, I am not
May
smart.
I'll just
individual.
assist her with that. So you can
Oh,
roll
well-
at advantage.
So it's 11. Or, come on, give a little something. Give us a little something here. Oh,
There
there we
it
go.
is.
19.
Okay, excellent.
Yes, but look over here.
So you, with that history check, I'm going to give you a slightly better understanding of some of this old dialect, but it is still hard. So a lot
Yeah.
of this, writing is somewhat obscured. That there is some damage down here. So clearly, over
Do you
time,
have looters?
no looters, but over time some things have settled down here. There is some rubble on the ground, possibly
The flood of 1493.
Yeah.
The water damage.
It could be that the earth shook at some point. There's some chunks of this that have cracked or collapsed or fallen out of the wall. So you're not able to just read this outright, but you pick up some phrases that you're able to decipher. One of these says on the left-hand side, "Walker of a false path." And another piece that you can sort of discern on the right-hand side says, "Twisted Mother."
Mm.
I just pictured
Sounds
like
like a great band
Twisted
name.
Mother.
just like that situation where you have like a translator or whatever, and you just have like a wall of text, and we ask you, oh, what does this say? You just say like a couple of words, and we're like, really,
You're
the whole wall.
this
of
is
Yeah.
paragraph.
Ah, they must have died.
Wait, why would you stop and carve? Oh, yeah,
Ew.
so good. Yeah, so that's all you really get here.
Twisted
Okay.
Mother.
Twisted Mother and Walker of a
False
False
Path.
Path.
Well, I've seen enough. See you guys later.
Right. Twisted Mother.
It's probably fine.
It's probably fine.
I think is it a giant female snake down here? It's a twisted
gosh.
mother.
And Pando, because she lost an ear and she's kind of hazy from that near-death
that's right,
experience.
Forgot
She's
about your
like,
disfigurement.
yes.
Nice.
She has not.
She's so
She
so
touches it
metal
all
of a
the
sudden.
time. She just kind of looks around and she's like, "We're here to do what again?" Really?
Explore.
We're just
Oh,
exploring.
we were here to collect
Some
artifacts to turn into
Sell.
what's his name?
For Marana.
Marana, that's
Yeah.
his name.
I think we definitely
Okay.
might find something down here.
Okay.
I mean, I say we keep.
Especially if it's not been disturbed for a while.
Yeah.
I mean,
This
we-
is definitely exactly the kind of ruins that Marana wanted
Yeah.
you to look for.
Okay.
onward and downward.
Onward and downward we go.
Okay, Exocomp first.
Yes.
So comfort.
All right.
Are these all actual?
Here, this is
like
a picture
entrances
inside
and
the
stuff?
Great Pyramid.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
Front
awesome.
bag.
Real,
That's where we're at.
It's real
Yeah.
time.
Vibes.
Yes, that's
Those
real
are-
time.
Those
It's
are
like,
good vibes.
Yeah,
Mhm, for
straight
this.
up.
Yeah, so, well, if
Or
the
is this
Exocomp
only-
proceeds down, I can tell you a little bit
Oh,
more
sure, sure.
about
Okay.
what you...
Just before the exocomp continues, can I just do a quick little look for
Let's see.
traps, secret doors, traps, hidden passageways?
Yep, make an investigation check.
20.
Okay.
Not an natty, but
Still good. Without proceeding down there, you make the best sort of visual inspection you can, looking for inconsistencies or things that might signal a potential problem. You don't see any. This next level is even more damaged than the level you're standing on right now. You can actually from here see that at least one of these passageways, the tunnel has fully collapsed in on itself and is inaccessible. So you can see here the stairway has crumbled away, but this tunnel is also just destroyed. You're unable to access it if you continue. This one, however, seems to proceed to a very small open archway And then, of course, the main one directly ahead of you looks as it looks. But this area doesn't seem to have anything problematic that you can see.
Okay.
What if we look up in that? Oh, can we? What
good
does it
question.
look like to look up?
So if you look up this, you're still in a relatively low-ceilinged tunnel.
Okay.
The ceiling of this stairwell is probably only about 3 feet over your head.
Okay.
It's about 10 feet high.
Okay.
It looks like the cavern or the
6
chamber.
for some of us.
It looks like the chamber
Or 6.
opens up a little bit as you get down to the next landing. So
Yeah.
that area with the sort of bridge
area.
proceeding across is probably closer to 20 feet ceilings.
Okay.
But you don't see anything on the ceilings. It's again fairly well lit in here, so you can see the ceiling. It's made of constructed stone, so it's not like you're in a cavern. There's no stalactites or anything like that. This is
Okay.
it's like you're in a building underground.
Sure.
Okay, cool.
All right. So
Yeah.
go on
We'll-
down.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Right. As the exocomp steps into that next landing, you hear and see as it disturbs a little bit of dust as a sort of chill breeze flows out for a moment from the passageway directly in front of you, the main passageway. It almost, for a moment, feels like an exhale, but then it dies out. And
Like a giant snake's exhale.
it almost feels like a giant coiled snake is breathing on you. No, it doesn't. It's just like a breeze suddenly kicked up out of that main passageway.
But no rats, right? It's our kryptonite.
None that you can see.
Do we hear any scurrying?
Airflow.
I say I don't know.
Do we
Dare
go in
I
that
say?
direction?
Dare I say? Are we being too cautious?
It's very airy.
As Panda's like peeking behind Freya.
Air pushes in
It's
front of the
okay.
Just
exocomp.
leave
I
it.
got
It's
this.
fine. It's fine.
Draws.
I
I
draws
can't
weapon,
imagine
use
why you
weapon.
guys would be gun shy this episode.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'll go. I think let's go down
Let's
by
just-
the
let's just
exocomp.
keep going here,
Yeah,
right?
let's
So
just
we
keep going.
Spent all
Might
day
as
here.
well. we're down
Yeah,
here.
you move on
You're
down
coming
to
back.
the next
It's okay.
landing. Nothing seems to happen. As
All of a sudden, the cavern collapses.
Nothing
Party
seems to happen
done.
as you step down there. However, on this level, you do see different than the level above. Instead of inscriptions here, you see some sort of simple relief carvings on the walls. So the
They're really tasty.
the imagery on these carvings is interesting. It's not greatly detailed, so you have to. There's a little inference required for you to understand what's going on. But it seems from one side of the temple, or one side of the wall to the other, from where you're standing looking down, from left to right across the map here on this inner wall facing that way. These sort of bas relief sculptures in the wall, they seem almost chronological. So on the wall to my left over here, there is an image that looks like a small humanoid figure entering a city. And the city, though you don't know what city it is, seems obviously to you to be a Minotaur city.
Okay.
Primarily because you can see again, highly simplified image of an arena in the center of this city, which you know to be the temple of potentially many major Minotaur cities, but certainly Nantong. The next sort of panel in the relief is that humanoid figure, now the same figure, now represented as larger, and standing in the center of the arena. On the wall to my right, there are two more panels. One is that humanoid figure leaving the city, And then the final one is a humanoid figure that looks very different from that first one, and there is clearly engaged in battle with hundreds of tiny stylized minotaurs. So this sort of crude storyline is arrayed out here. Parts of it are also damaged, so there's probably additional detail here that is hard for you to capture, but there's some kind of history lesson here.
Would it be feasible that, like, in her studies, Panda would have learned something about this story, or is...
It's possible. You can certainly roll a history check.
Okay.
Air's very
18.
dismissive. Oh, sorry.
I would be happy to assist with your history check,
Where's the stuff?
Yeah, where are the artifacts?
so you can roll at advantage.
Okay. 18's highest.
Okay. The best you can pull from this is that this very simple storyline could mirror any number of mythologies that you've read about or studied about in history.
The hero's journey. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's a bit. It
a
feels a bit that way. It feels a little bit like a trope.
Yeah.
I will say that with a closer investigation, you are at least able to identify that the humanoid that is on here is very clearly not a minotaur, and in other symbology like this that you've seen in the past, the way they're positioned here seems to, especially in the first two panels, seems to make it very clear that they're an outsider of some kind, which is specifically denoted here as in like from far outside the community.
Yeah.
Outsider comes to city, leaves city, fights minotaurs.
Although the other humanoids supposedly looked very different from the first panels, right?
In the fourth panel,
Changed.
there is something very different.
Okay.
Fighting
Were
the
they
minotaurs.
bigger? They said the little minotaurs then?
Well, they're represented little so that you can see there's a lot of them.
Oh,
That's
okay.
kind of the way
Sure.
that they use this.
Stylistically.
Yeah.
Little. I
Metal-
thought maybe
Wouldn't
was
they be
there?
cute though, little mini minotaurs?
I just
Mini
didn't know
tars.
Minotaurs.
I didn't know if we were going to come across some cakes that would make us really big, or like
yeah, exactly.
drink this, eat this, eat me.
In any of the panels, is there a repeated object that we would have an understanding that might be in this temple?
No, the only thing that repeats across the panels seems to be this humanoid figure, with the exception of the final panel. There are similarities, perhaps, between the humanoid figure in the first three panels and this creature in the final panel, but it's hard for you to tell if they represent the same thing.
I mean, could I do a history check too, just to see if there's anything my folklore professor?
No, at this
relayed
point
to
we've
me?
had
We've exhausted
We've
the-
had
We've
the party
exhausted it?
has fully worked on
Okay,
this.
sounds
Alex
good.
gave the assist.
Air's fallen
Okay.
asleep.
I didn't know if there was any.
Air's like, come on, I'm ready to battle.
So
So what lies in
Where's the
front of
rich-
you
rich-
is
where's the rich stuff
off
coming?
to your right. There is a small passageway that seems to descend further at a steeper angle. Directly ahead of you is a much larger open archway, and you'd have to approach it a little more closely to get a look, but you can see there are inscriptions on the archway as well
Which way
Can
do
I-
we feel the breeze come from?
that came from the main archway.
Can I retcon a little bit? And
Yeah.
while they were looking at the carvings, can Air casually walk over to the opening over there?
The side tunnel.
Yeah, cautiously,
Yeah.
but
Sure.
you know,
Can you calm down?
as a with
Yeah.
some.
I
Oop,
like it.
not just knocking everyone over.
That's okay. Just Rhea. You wanted to do that.
Um,
Just a peek inside.
Yes.
So I'm
Stops
not gonna
at
I'm
the,
not gonna
at
do
the
anything to you on this,
threshold.
but I just want to mention, because we're dungeon crawling right now, that in the future when you all say I'm going somewhere cautiously, that's not the same as I'm checking for traps. So in my head I'm translating
Oh.
that as maybe stealthily or something like that.
Tiptoes.
You're
But-
walking just slowly.
But there's a substantial difference. I just want everybody to know
Checking the
between
traps.
like my
Checking.
character's attitude is caution
Yeah.
and I am intentionally spending an action
Actively
to
looking.
check around and investigate
Yeah.
for traps. So just
Okay.
in case,
That's
No,
good
thank
to
you
know.
for
Yeah.
pointing that out.
but nothing happens.
Well, I'm gonna check for
Nothing
traps.
happens. Nothing happens as you walk over there. You come to the small entranceway here. The symbols on this archway, there are not many, but they
Or
are
a chicken scratch to air, but
yeah. That you don't know what they mean, but it is interesting because they are noticeably different
oh, okay.
than a lot of the others that you've seen here. Almost like a different artisan
Oh,
did the whatever is inscribed here. Somebody different entirely.
does it look like it's from a different era? Like it's an addition or a change? Or
No,
something?
so
Or
the
just
architecture
different-
seems to be the same age. The materials
Just the-
are the same.
just the inscription.
Just the inscriptions. It's almost like the writing's in a different font.
Interesting. Okay.
Huh.
Can I peek inside after checking for traps a second time?
Yeah. Make an investigation check.
Will do. I'm all right at investigation. I wouldn't say I'm amazing, and by all right I mean terrible. 8.
8. Looks
Looks
fine.
good.
You don't see anything. Looks like a small archway.
Okay.
There is some sign of some sign of collapse here, but this tunnel still appears solid. And there's a
Structurally
set of
sound.
stairs that descends sharply
Oh, it's
past the archway.
Oh,
so it
straight
goes
down.
it goes down, down, down.
Can I
from
see
here.
anything with night vision or no? 60 feet.
Yeah, you can see down a ways.
dark vision?
In fact, let me show you.
I can see down here.
This
I suppose.
is where you are.
Damn.
Yeah.
So you can see down here, and should you proceed, you'll soon be able to see other stuff. I don't have, with these video maps, the ability to obscure things for you, so
Mhm.
pretend you don't know what's down
Sure.
there. But yeah, it goes down rather sharply, and then there's a small passageway, so you can see to the bottom here of the stairs and a little beyond. But there are no magical lights down here.
No magical lights. But I can see that it goes down, it reaches like this area, and then there's a wall, and then obviously there's some
Yeah,
continuance.
you can see it continues.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Again, some rubble, some area has collapsed a bit, but it looks safe.
Looks safe.
Structurally.
So structurally safe. I don't think Air is quite that stupid. I don't think she'll go down by herself, but she wanted to at least poke her head in.
You know, one thing
So we
that
can go back
they
to the-
that they do have that is a thing in the pyramids is like as they built out the last time they would they build a huge chasm and then go over it, so with the temporary material, so it really was a thing that was like a huge trap to fall into like that. I know lots of anyway.
So, squad, what's happening now?
Air rejoins and then just mentions that there's the passage continues further down.
Straight down.
And there's only one on that side or straight ahead, not one on the left.
oh, it's
yeah,
on
One
the
on the
left.
left is
Inaccessible.
fully
Right,
collapsed.
okay.
Inaccessible.
Let's send the exocomp
We
across
couldn't-
the bridge.
Oh, I was saying that we could go across the bridge and send the exocomp into
The dangerous sun, yeah,
into
the dark, scary tunnel.
this dark, scary tunnel that Air just looked into.
Too
I
bad
mean, how
the
is
X-Cam
the-
doesn't have like a Nest Cam in its eyes, so you could just like see what it's.
You know,
Yeah.
I sort of figured that there was like a
Telepathic or something, or not?
well, not telepathic, but like a version of that like when it comes back and communicates with Potom that he
It
like
replays the
yeah.
video. Or
Well,
something.
Yeah.
if you recall from the last
Recovered
episode,
footage.
we did
Had
use a
to.
function like that.
Right.
Oh, right,
So
right.
it has the ability to visually and auditorily record what it's experiencing.
But
It
not
doesn't
real
beam that
time.
directly real time into
Right.
Potom's brain.
After the fact.
But
yeah.
when it comes back, it can sort of project or play this so that you can see what it saw.
Obi-Wan Kenobi,
Play
my
back
only
the
hope
recordings.
sort of thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Well, why don't we send them down the side tunnel to just do that?
and then we
And
can
then-
continue forward and
See what
Sounds
happens.
good.
mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm worried about that bridge a little bit.
Nah, it's fine.
Okay. Nah,
Okay.
let's go for it.
So you
Nah,
have a
let's go.
plan. The exocomp looks
Live a
like
little.
it's headed down the side passage, yes?
Yep.
Okay. Well, then let me jump back to that.
Air very impatiently is just like flipping a dagger in her hands. Okay, I guess we'll send the robot down. Or yeah, it's the game. It's like boring. I'm gonna go take a nap. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go to bed.
All right. Yeah. So the exocomp. Does the exocomp have dark vision? Oh, it has a light on it.
He's got the light on. Yep.
Yeah, it's at the top of the stairs.
Does he have dark vision? Yeah, dark vision, 60 feet.
Okay. Yeah. So it can
Cool.
navigate no problem. As it proceeds down the stairs, it reaches the bottom there. There are not like stories or inscriptions on the wall here, but this area is decorated. I mean, some of this will be reported back to you, I'm sure, but I'm going to describe it in real time instead of saying the exocomp goes down here and does a bunch of stuff and then come back and tell you what it sees. This is decorated in an almost not like celebration, but this is this feels like a place of honor. Let me put it that way. So rather than imagery of scary stuff or like warnings, there are crossed axes and symbols that represent things you've seen actually at the arena in some of
Sure.
the imagery there, right? Like
The museum part.
yeah, the museum part. There's some symbology that's echoed here.
Well, I mean, all positive, all good things. I'd rather it beat that than scary stuff.
Are there actually coffins down there?
Yeah. So as the exocomp proceeds around the corner and steps into this chamber, you see that arrayed before you, or before it, are essentially 4 stone sarcophagi. They are large, like
Minotaur.
large.
Freya or Minotaur large. Yeah, they're a good 9 feet long,
Big bone.
wide, actually wider at the top than one might expect, because horns. And they're tall, and each of them sits atop sort of a stone platform. So they're the top of the sarcophagi is about eye level to the exocomp. There are no, again, as I said, no lights in here, no sconces or torches or things like that. But the exocomp can see just fine. What would it be doing? What did you send it down here to do?
Just a scout. That's it.
Look for loot.
Yep.
So just visual
Scout
visual
and
inspection.
I mean, you're right. And if there was going
Trigger
to
any
be,
traps that-
if there was going to be any traps,
Go around
we want
stomping
the
on tiles.
Right, we want the robot to.
So it's gonna like make a loop.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. All right. So it makes a loop all the way around. It gets a good look at everything. Doesn't trigger anything. There seems to be no response.
Are these walls? Are these actual like holes to look through, or are they just?
No, that's you can ignore those.
Okay.
Or just recessed.
There may be, yeah. They're just yeah
Debris.
places.
Whatever.
Oh, actually, no, I'm lying to you. There is a little bit of stuff in each of those. There is sort of a small shrine.
Oh, okay.
With maybe like a little icon or figurine, some small bowls that maybe incense,
Precious
was burned in,
metals,
things like
Jewels, anything like that.
that. Fabulous,
Riches?
legendary magical items.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Honor and glory.
I mean, are the
I
little
can't
bowls
sell honor and
interesting
glory.
at all? Are the little bowls interesting
Yeah,
at all? You know?
There's some stuff. So there are some small sort of knickknacks. There's shrines in there.
Yeah.
But your exocomp makes it all the way around and then comes back up to join you.
This belongs in a
and
museum.
Sort of, sort of projects this, and so you've got a pretty good image in your mind of what this chamber looks like.
I don't think that we were waiting on the exocomp. I think that we
Oh.
sent it and that we were going to cross the bridge
concurrently.
and so that ultimately it will meet back up with us.
Bottom's going to cross the
Yeah,
bridge.
that we were like, okay, that's the second chamber. Whenever you get back from whatever you're doing there, tell us what you saw.
Okay, so
Oh.
tell me about how this is happening.
Well, I would like to just be my. Have fun with Jennifer. Say hi.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It goes about it in a very engineer-like way of looking at the bridge, looking at where the best place to stand is, because now things are getting a little bit, wrecked. The stairs over there, so I'm sure that a little bit of this is in disarray.
Why don't you make a perception or investigation check?
Knowledge engineering.
22.
Okay. Though there is a little bit of crumbling and damage, this bridge appears to be very solid.
Okay.
Slightly unsettling, you can't see the bottom of the chasm
That's my
beneath it
question.
without
time.
maybe getting a light in there or something, but it is, for those of you with dark vision, it's deeper than 60 feet. You don't know what's down there, but you don't have any concerns about the integrity of the
Okay.
bridge.
I also sort of imagine that
Nor,
once...
we'll just say, nor does it appear to be obviously trapped.
Sure. But there's also... I don't have a lot. Doctor Who. There's any other Doctor Who fans in the house? Okay. There's
It's a gap in my life.
Does this whole thing when he's checking for gravity, and I wonder if I can just pull it up, because I just imagine that Potham's like checking of the structuralness of this is also sort of like the Doctor's gravity check, which looks a bit like...
Does he just like throw something up in the air or something?
And Panda just like announces, "Hey guys, it's definitely deeper than 60 feet down there."
I was gonna throw something down there, but
Fool
Can
of
you
a took.
fly? Can you fly yet?
Right? Not yet. I don't think I'm to the flying
Just
yet.
throw a pando down there and see
Right.
what happens.
Yeah, right.
I can be a rat and
I still
scurry.
haven't heard anything.
yeah, should be fine.
We'll see her on the other side.
Right.
Oh, I don't see it right off the bat, so
Okay.
we'll just...
So are you proceeding across the bridge?
I would like to throw a stone down or something from the bridge.
Okay.
Potham proceeds across the bridge.
Okay.
Do I hear like a clump or something? Any water, like anything like that? Just
You
vast
throw-
nothingness.
You throw a pebble over the side, and you pause to listen. Quite a few seconds go by, and you think you can just barely hear a
Clink.
tink.
Okay. But he could probably totally have been mistaken.
It's real. Yeah, it was very quiet.
Okay.
If you want to throw something bigger off the side, you might get more feedback,
Nah. I
like a
think
big chunk of rubble or something. But what you just created was a very soft, possibly a very soft plink, pretty far away.
that's... Okay.
Potham
Boy.
is interested. Again, reaches into his bag, does a couple of little clink clink, and another lighted globe comes up, and he just simply drops it off the side.
The lights are, what are they constructed of? What are these little things made of?
It's just would just look like a small clockwork ball.
Okay.
And it's usually what Potham is tinkering with in the meantime.
It's
when
it's
we're
like metal and glass.
yeah,
Okay.
and it's got just one of those little gemstone batteries in it
yeah.
that he,
All right,
But if you, I can read off.
No, that's all I
Okay.
wanted to know is like
Yeah.
structurally what it looks like. All right, you toss one over the side, and all of you, I assume, are peering over it to see. You
Definitely.
all watch as this light plummets away and gets smaller and smaller and dimmer, and then you hear a as it hits something. At the bottom, you can just barely, for a split second, make out the bottom as the light approaches it before this clockwork and glass piece shatters and the light is extinguished. And mostly what you see down there are some chunks of stone and a stone floor.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
All
Well, I think
right.
we know what we need to know.
Why would you dig that pin? It just doesn't make any sense.
For dramatic effect, obviously.
Clearly.
And then you hear
Why does anyone do anything?
some skittering noises
In the bottom.
as from the pit, as something reacts to the noise and the light. And the skittering noises, there are more than one skittering noise.
Is it
And you
getting
hear
closer?
them also
like
echoing out the other side of the pit.
Okay.
Is it getting closer, like it's crawling up the wall, or just?
I mean, this is your very first moment of reaction to
Right.
the skittering noises, so you want to stand here and listen to
We
them?
woke up the cave troll.
Oh Lord, have mercy, mother, your twisted mother. Yeah,
Well,
let's just
Let's get
try-
across the bridge.
Onward and
okay.
downward.
Onward and downward.
Let's leave this area. Yeah.
Are we wait? The exocomp's gonna come across with us, right?
It'll find us.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about it.
Alrighty.
All right, so as you approach the archway, the skittering noises continue, but
At
don't.
least I hope it'll find us. It's found us before, which I don't quite understand, but I'm just gonna go with it at this point.
Okay.
As you proceed across the bridge, the skittering noises, unless you're rushing away here, they don't appear to be getting louder, but they do continue.
Maybe we should quickly leave this.
As you approach the archway, you see that this archway is much more intricately carved than the reliefs behind you. And what you see is the main keystone at the top of the arch is large. It's easily 5 feet across, made of heavy, beautiful stone. This is a different kind of stone than everything else in the temple is made from, sort of a rosy veined marble.
Okay.
And on that keystone is carved a rather beautiful woman in what looks like an elaborate dress. Her hair sort of flows out to the side in both directions. What strikes you most immediately is that this is not a Minotaur woman. You can't necessarily identify the race. It could be human, it could be elven, but it is not a Minotaur. And though the face is not detailed, there's just hints of kind of femininity about the figure. The other thing that you notice is that the dress continues, the sculpture of the dress or the imagery of the dress continues down both sides of the archway, and almost like a bridal train or something off of the back, sort of the dress and veil sort of continue to cascade down the sides of the archway.
Like we're walking under a dress as we go in.
That was exactly what I was thinking.
Kind of like that.
Oh, this is exciting.
Except as it progresses down the sides of the archway, the dress in the sculpture starts to transition from a dress into chains. And so about eye level for you, Freya, what looked like wispy, lacy fabric has changed into sort of finely depicted chains, dozens of them on either side, until they reach the ground floor. And at the floor, the chains just end. They literally end as if they've gone into the floor. So you can't see what's at the end of the chains. And there is a phrase inscribed on that keystone as well, and it's a phrase that you've all now seen a bunch of times. It is the symbol for the Oshira, or the world family, that the Minotaurs are in pursuit of, that the Sinnoh and all their belief system is based around. But it is inverted. So the symbol is upside down.
Does anybody feel like instead of a tomb, we've entered a prison?
A prison with loot, maybe.
I love Air so much. The one track mind is great.
That's right, because there's, lots and lots of contraband in prisons.
The exocomp, you hear the exocomp clomping up the stairs at this point, and as
Let's
you
go to infed first.
as you continue to kind of gaze at this archway, you hear the skittering noise down in the pits start to die out, as if perhaps something has sort of lost interest, or some things have sort of lost interest in whatever disturbed them, and things start to quiet back down. You're going to remain and wait for the exocomp to come all the way back, or are you going to proceed?
Let's wait for the exocomp.
Okay. All right, the exocomp rejoins you as you sort of hesitate for a moment outside this archway.
I feel like the exocomp needs a nickname. Exy.
Peanut hamper. That's a joke from Lower Decks.
Air would like to check for traps.
Good call.
All right, make a roll an investigation check.
I'm actually not very good.
I will assist.
I'm actually not a very good trap checker.
It's probably fine.
But you
14.
that's good.
14.
We'll take a 14.
That's with assistance?
Yeah, I rolled. Yeah, it gives advantage, right? Yeah.
Looks fine.
It's gonna be one of these situations.
Looks creepy, but looks fine.
Well, creepy's never stopped there.
No.
I'm gonna ask y'all to look away for just a moment so
Sure.
I can
You can properly
cover some of what's down here, just so we can not
Preserve
totally
something,
preserve a little mystery. Yeah. All right, you're good now. I think that's enough mystery
coverage.
preservation. So this is where you find yourself. So if we can move back over here. There we go.
or just
Yeah.
Are massive people.
So yeah, you don't see anything that appears to be obviously a trap. The stair ahead of you, a more gently sloping stairwell proceeds down, and you can see ahead of you a fairly long passageway heading off. This also looks damaged. More and more damage as you go deeper to the structural integrity of all of this. And again, old and undisturbed.
Well, at this point, we could streamline this a little bit. We'll just send the exocomp forward to check for danger, and we can follow at a more
Just
rapid
continue.
pace.
Yeah.
All right.
I
Yeah.
like that.
Because I feel like we were on a clock, weren't we? Weren't we supposed to be going somewhere outside of this?
Yeah, eventually you're well.
We also know that there's
You-
a war siege just like walking around outside.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's down. Maybe down is good.
Maybe
The
that
only,
is
the
good.
only clock you were really on is you ostensibly rented these.
Oh, we bought those. we
yeah,
bought those crickets.
but,
And one's dead, so. I was like,
Can't return that one.
That and the potential of world-ending evil, but
Right.
There's that clock.
Right.
But
the
it-
world-changing.
That's right.
When
we
is the
are
world-
following
yeah.
that signal,
Mhm.
right?
yeah, you're trying to zero in on.
When is the world
track.
not?
Penno's
almost gonna happen,
discombobulated from the death.
Yeah, it's understandable to be a little shook after losing your nice cricket.
Suffering from concussion kind
Right.
of symptoms.
Elf
The
concussion.
exocomp proceeds, but about 15 feet down the passageway, once they are there, there is a break in the floor that doesn't look like very easily passable. It's
Just
probably
stops and turns around and goes.
Oh.
yeah, like when my
Nobody
what-
tosses a dwarf. That's what I'm envisioning, like Mines of Moria when we.
Yeah. like my little robot vacuum when it gets stuck on the edge of the stairs.
It just goes, well,
And it sends me a text that says
Save me.
R2D2 is stuck on a cliff, which is excellent.
That is
Same
really funny.
same thing here.
There's been times where I've been watching their cats, and I find the robot vacuum, like stuck on the stairs right up here, and I'm like, no, don't commit suicide, you.
I hate this endless life. It's painting every day over.
Yeah. What is my purpose? To clean.
Oh, what?
So this,
What was the nickname? The Bebot?
yeah, the Bebot. That's
The
what they used to
Bebot.
call it.
Yeah.
The chasm is maybe only 7-8 feet across, so it's not a ridiculous obstacle, but it's one that the exocomp doesn't easily navigate. So it's going to pause here and wait for assistance or instructions.
Okay.
Okay, we catch up to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Join.
All right. Does this? You said about 7 feet.
Yeah, 7-8 feet. So I mean, you're all heroes. This is not a huge impasse for you. A very simple athletics check to leap across, or if you want to do something more inventive, you're
I would like to do
welcome
some wall running, some acrobatics.
Yeah,
Ooh.
cool.
Ooh.
All right.
Parkour?
Yeah.
It was like athletics check, I'll jump.
I like
You
it.
have to.
Yeah.
You have
Yeah.
to yell
Yeah.
parkour.
Wow.
while you do it.
Yeah, parkour!
Yeah. Yeah, do it.
Okay.
That's awesome.
12, unfortunately.
12's fine.
That's enough.
I will just say it's probably not as cool as you thought it was going to be.
Just barely make it.
Yeah, like
You hit your shin
Right.
pretty
Yeah.
good on the other side.
Fine. It stings. It stings. Yeah.
You thought it looked really cool, though.
It
But
looked
we're all
cool.
kind of like,
I look back, it looked
okay,
cool,
like,
right?
Was that cool, guys?
guys, I did it.
Yeah.
We're just like,
It looked really cool until the end when Ear was
Good
hopping
job.
up and down on one foot, holding her ankle.
It's like in Guardians 3 where she has to turn around and go, did that look cool?
literally just watched that last night.
Everybody
Same.
else, either an athletics or acrobatics check. Your DC is 10. This is not a heavy lift. I will just mention that the chasm is not as deep as what you saw outside,
Oh,
but
yeah.
it is deep enough to really hurt if you fall down there. You can see busted rocks and rubble, like the remains of the hallway down there.
I had 12.
12, you jump across, no problem. Again, it's not graceful, but you make
Yeah.
it.
Pando got a 7.
Along with
should've
that
turned
whole,
into
He's like,
nobody tosses a dwarf. I think that Potham has absolutely no problems having the exocomp toss him to Freya.
Yeah.
Okay.
Catch
Yeah.
me.
I'm not even going to make you roll for that. The exocomp's got plenty of strength to lob you
7 feet.
across the passage. So, yep, no
Yeah,
problem.
but soft landing.
Yeah.
Freya
Yeah.
provides a soft landing.
Right.
But roll for
Underhand.
the exocomp to get across, or tell me how the exocomp gets across. Can it jump? I'm trying to
I
picture
know.
how
I
this...
guess I never really considered that it would jump.
Do you take it
would
apart
half
in pieces and
imagine,
throw it over and then reassemble it?
that it would. Well, let's see here.
can it
How-
extend body
Does
parts?
it have a climb
A
speed?
medium construct means that it's what, 5-6 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 feet.
So, if it were, and this gap is 7 feet,
So it holds its arms up out its
I have a
head.
half imagine that the exocomp stands on the edge and just falls forward with creating a bridge.
Yeah.
Oh, so we never had
Which
to.
we didn't actually ever have to. And this is maybe something that we just kind of find out as it's happening.
After the fact.
It like collapses, catching itself, and then with its hands just kind of and its legs just kind of go like this, and now it's in an inverted handstand.
Yeah, I like it.
This is all after Pando falls into the.
Yeah.
Right. And then that was
Panda's all,
just
like,
like
nervous.
everybody's looking at Potham, and he goes,
I don't know.
"I didn't know."
Yeah,
That is so
absolutely.
funny.
It's just emergent behavior.
Well, I must have been drunk when I programmed that in.
So all of you are proceeding across no problem, but as you're all staring at the exocomp doing this thing, I think it sort of partially distracts Pando for a moment as she's about to do this sort of graceful elf leap. She's like, "Wait, what?" and turns her ankle on a stone that is a little loose near the side here, and starts to tumble forward into the chasm.
They say the second concussion is the dangerous
I know. It's barely healed.
Pando, I'm going to give you an opportunity to make a dexterity saving throw here.
Okay.
It's a higher DC, but if you make it,
Then you won't lose your second ear.
Then Freya
What?
won't have to use her grappling hook.
Would I just hit that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, or this one actually, but
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, dexterity saving throw.
13.
13. No. Nope.
Oh,
I
poor
wanted
Pando.
it to be high enough,
Poor
but
Pando.
it's just not.
Oh,
Having
so
a time.
She'll get
as
through this.
as you're falling, you reach out trying to grab the exocomp's
Uh-huh.
leg, but your hand hits it and sort of slides off the smooth metal, and you tumble headfirst down into the chasm, wherein you take 2d6 points of fall damage. It is only 3 points
Okay.
of damage.
Nothing.
You got
But you are
She's
now
all
at
like, I
the,
should have been a bear.
you are now about 18, 20 feet down.
Sure.
Oh, jeez.
I have 100 feet of rope, though, guys.
Yeah, we don't have to
Yeah.
over role play this. I
Yeah.
think with a little bit of effort, so you're all now
Over here.
over here with a little bit of effort, you
Just
lower
throw
a
the
rope
down.
and you pull the now sort of bruised Pando out of the pit, and kind of get her
Ouch,
dusted off.
Pando.
Adventuring, man.
Yeah.
It's
like-
something.
She's like, I don't know if I
She's
just
like,
right.
it just seems like
life
a
choice.
nap.
I want to go home. I want to go to the library.
It was so much safer
The
there.
exocomp continues to follow its instructions and trudge along. As it passes through this chamber, it crosses a line sort of in the center, and you see a similar set of glyphs, another glyph circuit trigger. And when this happens, a sort of soft glow seems to pass across the exocomp for a split second. Picture any sci-fi movie where like a body gets
Scan.
scanned, right? Just a wall of light
Yes.
passes through the exocomp. It doesn't seem to have any effect on the exocomp, which continues to walk unless you tell it to stop,
How
and it just proceeds around the corner and keeps marching along.
how high up are these glyphs? On the
Um,
wall.
These ones are so there's a statue here. It's not a creepy skeletal statue like you see, but there's a statue here. It's actually hidden in the belt buckle of the statue, and is reflected in a what looks like a small fountain that's totally dried out. That same symbol is in the back of the fountain at about that height. So
And we recognize them as being the same symbols in the previous.
yeah.
I'm
Uh,
just
well, they are the same type of glyph circuit, but the
Okay.
symbol is
it's
not the
different.
same.
Can
Okay.
Freya see what the symbol is?
Yeah, you can go and look at it.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay off to the side though, so it doesn't scan me. Okay.
Yeah, that's the.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm staying back just a little bit because I saw that happen.
Why don't you roll a history check again to see how effectively you can translate from this dialect?
Oh, that's only a 7.
Okay.
I should have paid more attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. I just-
So it is again. It is in the Minotaur language, but this is an old dialect, and it means something akin to. You know, in the
to who dat?
no.
Okay.
It reminds you of some of the signs you've seen that in like restricted areas.
Okay.
Something, but it doesn't give off the same like warning kind of flashing red light, but more like when you're at in a state park and it's like
Right.
park vehicles
Restricted
only,
area. Yeah, or something. Yeah, yeah.
right? So you're like, well, it's still a park.
Yeah, yeah. Like,
Um,
yeah, it's not gonna be a trap there. or something.
Right, yeah, exactly. But it's like, don't drive your
I know.
car down here unless you're a park ranger.
Yeah.
However, you're not certain
Right.
that that's what it means, but
You
that's
know,
that's the closest translation you can come up with.
I just picture Freya like the flashback to Freya talking to her tutor, being like, "Come on, I'm never gonna use this in real life."
when can I play with my
What
sword?
is the practical application of this?
Why am I here? So, actually, you know what I would like to do is I'd like to jump over kind of the imaginary line of what the glyph would be across
Okay.
to see if I can just kind of jump over it.
And that's funny. I was going to go under it.
Yeah.
No problem. So Freya, you kind of get a little bit of a running start,
Uh-huh.
and you leap like you're trying
Yeah.
to leave
It's like 3
your
feet
garage,
high,
like you're trying to
maybe.
hit your garage
Yeah.
door button and
Right.
jump
Yeah.
out
Yeah.
at the same time.
And avoid the door that's coming down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you do clear the glyphs, but all the rest of you see a wall of blue light wash over Freya as she passes through, and you feel sort of a warm glow across the surface of your scaly skin as you land on the far side.
Okay.
And doesn't
Not
seem
too
like
much.
anything.
Nothing else
happened.
happened?
Air just walks through it.
Yeah. Especially after that.
Yeah, Air's like, okay, well, there's no avoiding it, so.
Yeah, I think that Potom will try to slide under it. He'll limbo it.
Yeah, the same thing happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
Panda just limps through it.
Well, I guess they know we're here.
The other thing I want to mention to you is that in this little chamber there are some more inscriptions, and you do see a little bit more of this language. So you see a repetition of the phrase "twisted mother." You see very obviously the word for evil, but it's paired with a glyph or a word that you know changes the term evil just a little bit to mean corrupt or fallen. So not evil in the pure sense, because the Minotaur belief system does have a belief in they do have not a devil, but like they have the concept of pure evil.
Yeah.
That's part of their belief system, but this is different. This is more like something that was once good that has been corrupted.
A Lucifer type figure, maybe.
Maybe.
Father.
What's the meme? It's Air's probably just like, this sign can't stop me. I can't read. Or whatever.
Yeah. If those
DWs,
kids could
yeah,
read,
those-
they'd be really,
yeah,
really
yeah.
upset.
Yeah, really.
Meanwhile, the exocomp is tromping down this hallway, and as it turns, it comes to sort of another landing. I do just want to say this doesn't exist,
Okay.
so you can just ignore that stairway right here. But as the exocomp steps down, you can see that it splits. The hallway splits in two directions, and you are able to see, or it is able to see, the next. Thank you. The next little section here. And so there's a few little paths. This is not a huge area. As the exocomp gets to this place, it can kind of see the remaining rooms, although it may continue further and deeper. But there are some small but broader passageways here, and a chamber in which some of these magical lights are now lit. So there is some light ahead of you. But it doesn't. The exocomp doesn't trigger any traps or seem to experience any other reactions as it proceeds. So you can.
I think that Potom will catch up with the exocomp.
Yeah, Freya's right there.
Yeah,
too.
and Panda's just following the party where we're going.
Stay close, Panda.
Yeah. Okay.
If you can hear us.
What? Speak louder.
So many ear jokes. Okay, so in this area, so you can see. Actually, we're gonna just retcon this just a little bit and say that the exocomp stops here because it recognizes something different, and you probably, I would assume, gave it certain self-preservation guidelines. There's a 3-stair stairwell here, just a little descent, and the floor down here is distinctly different than the floor you've seen everywhere else. So the floor you see here now, at least the floor leading off in this direction, down this passageway, is actually constructed of very large 5-foot square tiles that are a different material than the floor everywhere else. Everything else has been stone bricks. But suddenly there are large 5-foot square tiles here. Not down this hallway. The tiles end about here, but they are of contrasting, alternating colors. So
Checkerboard pattern.
checkerboard pattern, but they're not black and white. They are that alternating that same rose-colored or rose-veined marble that you saw in the keystone of the arch, and a sort of metallic, almost pewter material. You're not sure if it's metal or not, but it looks metallic from here, but a matte finish to it. And inscribed in the middle of each of those tiles is a word or very short phrase.
Oh God, puzzle.
In Minotaur.
Are they all different, or are they
Each word is different.
Each word
All
is
tiles or
different.
just the pewter tiles? Which tiles?
All the tiles.
All the tiles. Okay.
So from where we are downward, is
It's all on you, Freya.
that's all tiles.
Oh Lord.
Is that correct, Matt?
The Hebrew
Yes.
alphabet, Jehovah
Um,
starts with an I.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yep, maybe. Beg, borrow, and steal. The DM's credo. Yes. So you will need to. It will take you in any direction to get across this tile floor and on back onto regular floor. No matter what direction you go, no matter what pattern you take, it will take you. It will take you 4 steps. It will take you. You'll have to step on 4 tiles to get to safety in any direction. Or to get to not tile floor.
How many
in any
total
direction.
tiles are there? Ish. Or exact if you have it.
There are like a dozen. So basically, at each step, you'll have 3 choices.
Okay.
Okay. And how many different symbols are there?
There's a different word at
Every tile.
So then there's 12 different ones, essentially.
Ish.
Bottom
or
is
whatever,
going
yeah,
to
12.
just start looking for. There's
Trash.
got to be a legend or a key around here somewhere.
Does for oh
Make
yeah.
an investigation check or a perception check. Anybody else who would like to either assist or do it yourself, you're welcome to do that.
Assist would be great.
I'll do an assist.
Great.
Yeah.
Oh, well, 14 is better than a 13.
Okay.
Maybe
When
Air's gonna have some divine insight. 16.
16. What kind of a check were you doing?
Investigation.
Investigation. Okay.
I was gonna say, can Pando also? I mean, I don't know. She doesn't speak Minotaur, right? And are these all in that language?
This is the Minotaur. Each of these words is
Ancient
written in
Minotaur.
Minotaur.
I think we were looking for like other.
Like
Other
a-
things in the
yeah,
area that
other-
might
Yeah,
help us with that.
environmental-
Okay,
Yeah.
then can I do an investigation of the area as well?
Yep. Go ahead.
Because I also can't read Minotaur.
Right.
I would have picked it if
Eight.
I had known.
Yeah. 8.
Yeah.
Saving the big numbers for battle, guys.
I
Yeah,
picked,
so-
I picked limited tabaxi.
So all of you are.
Aaron and I are like looking around the both sides of the walls, and you're like,
Yeah.
Hey, somebody has to look down.
Yeah,
Right.
It's good. It's important. So I think all of you are looking around, scanning the walls and the ceiling and the floor, and trying to get a sense of what these tiles are made of and how they're put together, and all of this. Right? You're in full adventurer mode, just scanning for
Yeah.
risks and
Yep.
details and anything that could help, any clues.
It's not our first rodeo.
No.
No.
Pando literally just fell.
Everyone except Air is not picking up a lot. It's not. You're seeing some things that are perhaps interesting or perhaps useful, but the biggest takeaway you have is, Air, you pick up on that the tiles have more than just words.
Okay.
They are decorated subtly, and the patterns of decoration on the tiles remind you of the pattern of decorations in the other room that the Exocomp explored.
Yes.
So they're a slightly different decor, let's say, or
Sure.
sort of vibe than everything else you've seen in this part of the tunnels. Everything in here is very much like, hey, scary, creepy,
Sure.
look out, what's up? And this has echoes of the sort of celebratory cleric like celebrating the Sinnoh religious
Right.
celebration kind of a vibe. So that's the best clue you're able to pull from
Yeah.
what you see.
I have a meta question for you. Is it enough for us just to say that we repeat the pattern, or do you want us to go back? Are we gonna identify each pattern, give it a name, and then come back?
Oh, to be clear, you're not recognizing identical symbols that were laid out in a pattern in the other room.
It's just
It's
like they're
just
related.
it's just a similar aesthetic.
Yeah,
So
just-
it's not like, oh, the answer key was in the other room.
Oh, sure.
It is instead
So
like
this is not a Zelda temple.
Yeah, this
Hey
is
guys,
not.
I
is not
see
a
a
Zelda
pattern
temple.
over here,
Um,
like that.
it's not even a pattern.
Oh.
So here's the basic idea. The big hallway you came down, this area, all has a certain visual vibe to it, which is sort of like, uh-oh. And that other room, very differently, felt like a religious enclave,
Okay.
like a burial place for honored dead.
Oh, all you're saying. Oh, so it's not. You're just saying that the tiles are decorated in a
Tiles are decorated
Yes.
like that other place was decorated.
right, but
More of a
not.
religious
not like
than like
all
a
of
warning.
this, and so they stand out differently.
Okay.
Oh.
like we're gonna call up a bunch of champions that are guarding the tomb or something if we step wrong.
so looking down at the tiles, you look down and several of them. Not every tile is decorated in a celebratory way. Every tile is decorated.
They all are. So
So we're back where we started.
what is what is unique?
So it's not helpful.
What is unique to each tile
It's just the symbol on it.
is the word.
Okay.
The word. It's basically a word.
And we
Yeah.
have
Or
never
phrase.
and we have not seen these words
Well,
previously.
that's what I was gonna ask. Can Freya read any of the words that are?
You can read all the words.
Oh.
And I will
what?
I will give them to you
Oh, okay.
as you start to decide how you want to proceed.
Right,
Oh,
right.
okay.
So,
But the extra bit of information that you got
Mhm.
is that this floor in general. So imagine each square tile. So these are big, right? Big tiles.
Yeah.
In the middle is like stamped a word.
Right.
But along the edges, these tiles are decorative and beautiful
Okay.
in a celebratory,
Gotcha.
religious
Gotcha.
sort of pattern that you saw in the other area.
Okay, we were overthinking this.
That none of that aesthetically stand out and contrast from everything you've
Yeah.
seen in here, which everything else in here is a little more foreboding and
Drab.
stark and drab. Yeah.
Okay, so
so is it
Let's get
in
these
like
words
a
then.
4x4 pattern like this then?
So
That we're...
the way we're going to do this puzzle-wise is I'm going to give you 3 choices for every step.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay.
Because that's always.
three words. Or
We
whatever,
have to
3
choose
symbols.
between
Okay.
You have to choose
right.
between
Okay.
3 every time.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Okay.
whoever is
Making a
making
decision,
a
yeah.
choice is going to have to just step out onto
Right.
that square, unless you can find an alternative.
Sure.
Like I'm not trying to say you can only do this, but if you're going to do this the way it is designed, you're going to step on a tile,
Okay.
and then there'll be another set of 3 tiles if you're alive or whatever.
Yeah.
To
If
go
you're
to
alive or whatever.
Question.
Yeah.
Or
Are these
whatever.
tiles, is there like a certain weight amount that triggers them or like absolutely anything?
I think we'll find out here.
Okay.
I just want to hear the words. I say,
Yeah.
let's
What
get
are the
this,
first 3 words?
Yeah.
Let's get this show on the road. Let's do this.
Okay, so right at the base of the stairs, the 3 tiles that are arrayed in front of you from left to right, the first tile says peace, or some version of that. The middle tile says the solution, and the third tile says dancing.
Wait, that wasn't helpful at all.
Peace, solution, dancing. Guys, ooh, dancing.
Peace, solution, dancing.
Wonder, so is it solution like the solution to a problem, or solution like something is all
Oh,
mixed
Like a
together?
solution to a problem.
Okay.
Like it is synonymous to the answer.
Okay.
I mean, is it too obvious to pick this?
I was just thinking the same thing.
Should we have the exocomp step on the solution?
Whose solution
What's the worst that could
though,
happen?
is what I want to know. All right, if you
I
guys
heard-
want to do that, I
Or
would be inclined
celebratory
to
could be dancing, or celebratory
I
could
was
be
gonna
peace.
say, or like maybe you have to step on dancing and dance. Maybe you have to like act it out.
My concern is that it's following a story arc that we saw in
Yeah.
another room, but I was shot down
Yeah.
with that.
Well, guys.
Well, to be that guy, you didn't go in that other room.
Right.
You sent
Oh.
your robot down, who did one loop of that other room,
Right.
and then came back and played you a video of himself walking through it.
Right.
So,
So,
should we
The
go? look at
only the only information you have about that other room
Is
is
that there's
the
some
general
connection.
aesthetic of the
Yeah.
decor,
Right.
right,
and the fact that nothing blew up when
but
the exocomp walked
but there
around.
is a definitive connection between these
Yes.
tiles and the other room. Okay, should we just go? There?
That you are the one who
Oh,
has
I-
that.
that
like,
you recognized.
You
That you
recognize.
And I shared with the group.
Do you guys,
Yes.
should we go back quick and look?
I mean,
Panda thinks
and-
about jumping over that gap again.
Well, now that you know you have a robot bridge,
I'm just saying, like, I think like we should probably gather like all information possible.
for sure,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think that is a
Yeah.
smart way to go about this
or charge
situation.
forward blindly into risky situations.
Yes.
How many more
We can
bugs
do
can we
it.
sacrifice?
All right. I
all right,
mean,
so we're headed back.
Panda, do you? Well, I
if-
guess we
well, I
shouldn't
guess if
split
we
up
can.
probably, but I was gonna say,
Definitely
you know,
split the party.
what's that?
No,
That
please
is
don't.
every
Don't
horror
split the
movie. We are
party.
not
Yeah.
splitting this
No, we're
party.
not splitting the
First
party.
rule of D&D: don't split the party.
Yeah. Okay. What were you gonna say?
Something tells me that we might not be able to go back.
Really?
With the scanner?
Wait, what do you mean?
Let's send the exocomp through and see what happens when we go
Yeah.
back.
Okay.
Okay, so the exocomp,
Oh, the scanner.
the
Thing?
exocomp heads back, and as it goes this direction, the same thing happens as it did on the way in, and there is no reaction.
Can we? Do we get to yada yada over the chasm because of the exocomp's
Yep.
gonna make a bridge for us?
Okay, cool.
Yep,
Yada,
and
Zip,
you
zip,
can
zip.
even yada yada your way all the way
Okay.
back
Sweet.
to
Perfect.
this
Awesome.
Okay,
this
let's
area.
look around.
The exocomp, as I said, has already done the loop, so you are confident that at the very least there are no traps in here that are triggered by a physical
Walking.
thing walking, or by a
Please don't
non-souled.
let Panda die
robot.
while I go to the bathroom.
Actually,
I
can we
got
just
you.
take a
Yeah, absolutely. We
Like
can
with
hit pause
Beth
here.
and-
very clearly from the King Friday realm,
Well, I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
about when,
in the land of make believe.
Right.
whenever I think of Freya being like, "But I'm a princess, guys." You know, I sort of like
Yes.
flash to that a little
I
bit.
feel that.
Like, anyway.
So, as you all enter this crypt, again, you see that the aesthetic of decoration in here echoes what you saw on those tiles, and it is reminiscent of, again, some of what you saw, Potom, in the sort of Hall of Champions back in the arena/temple. This is very obvious to you, a place of honored dead.
Potom turns to the group and goes, "Now there's got to be a key or a legend or something. Let's look around."
Okay.
And I would very much like to make an investigation check.
Yeah, go for it. Anybody who wants to can assist,
I will
or
assist.
do it on your own.
Oh no, I'll do it on my own.
Oh, okay.
Oops.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
14 is better than an 8. So,
10.
which I rolled first.
I think Air is attracted to the shrines and just kind of like pokes around.
Panda got a 20.
Nice.
Oh,
20,
sweet.
okay,
Good
excellent.
job, Pando.
So you all sort of kind of bustle around the room, poking around and checking things out. The shrines are very simple. It looks like these bowls contained, maybe at one time, there are 3 bowls. They're small. But the 3 bowls look like they at one time contained some kind of liquid that has evaporated away over time and left just a bit of a residue
Sure.
along the outside. One that looks like something was burned in it, and one that still contains a powder that you don't recognize. But that bowl is just slightly warm. There's not a lot of any material in these. Again, these are very small shrines, but both have the identical bowls, but different icons.
Right.
Okay. Right.
The rest of you, as you're searching around, don't see anything that obviously strikes you as like the obvious key to the riddle or the answer to the puzzle. But you do see a couple things. So first of all, there are a number of inscriptions on the walls, but there are primarily inscriptions on the cover of each of these sarcophagi. And it is the equivalent of like a prayer inscribed here. And each one has a different prayer on it. The inscriptions on the walls are sort of celebrations of lives well lived or praise for the commitment that one makes even unto death. There are phrases that you read that are akin to sacrifice or final sacrifice, things like that. Pando, I think what you notice in particular, because you find yourself a little bit drawn to the sarcophagi in particular, that these stone sarcophagi are not sealed. By which I don't mean like they've been opened necessarily, but the design of these sarcophagi is such. You maybe have encountered others, like when the elves buried their dead. It happens in a lot of different ways, but you've seen caskets and sarcophagi that are locked shut, bolted shut, sealed with wax, all kinds of different things. This is just a big heavy stone top sitting there. Which means you could get in there if you wanted to.
Yeah.
And the other thing that you note is that there is sort of a relief on the top of each that is the image of a minotaur, and they're each unique. So your best guess is that this is a almost like a portrait sculpture of the person who is buried inside. And all four of these minotaurs are dressed in robes that remind you of the robes that the Synach wears, the priestesses that you saw. But all four of them are holding either a hammer or a mace or some sort of one or two-handed blunt weapon in their hands. But all four are unique, just like the portraiture is unique.
Any symbol for dancing, peace, or...
Okay, so if you're going to search for those specific
Yeah.
words,
Those are the only words we've seen
Or
so far,
solution.
right?
dancing, peace, solution?
yep, so there's a couple of these prayers on the surfaces of the caskets that contain these words. So one of the caskets says, "The solution is patience and forgiveness," or some version of that. This is a sort of looks like a prayer or a chant.
Solution is... What was it? So the solution is patience and forgiveness?
The solution is patience and forgiveness.
Okay.
Another one of the prayers says, "The family unites in the great dance." Another one of them says, "All who wander join the Ashira in the end." And the final one says, "Families at peace remain at peace."
Okay.
Well, I think we got everything we need here, right?
Do you want to collect any of those bowls?
I don't think they were very precious, unfortunately.
Okay.
Not very useful.
Also, everything in me is saying, don't
Or do you
loot
want
the
to
shrine.
disturb any of these crypts?
Right.
Oh,
Well, yeah,
yes,
right.
of course.
Yeah.
But I
Right.
don't know if the rest of the group would be on board with such a
I
thing.
would,
Well,
Freya could maybe lift one up.
they're already dead, so
Yeah, there's no way that
Allegedly.
something could be undead.
not like they really need what
Is in there.
is in there. And the whole fact that we're here.
I mean,
Sure.
I mean, they're not going to use them.
Should I try to lift one up?
Would you like the help of the exocomp?
Yeah, definitely.
This is such a weird tonal shift that's happened in the last few episodes where I thought Air would be the one pushing for stuff like this, but it's totally not.
All right, so Freya, I want you to roll a strength check with advantage because the exocomp is assisting you to move one of these. Which sarcophagus are you going to open? Which one of the phrases is the representative of the one you're drawn to?
What sounds the least threatening?
Family unites in the grand dance.
Yeah, that sounds like
okay.
fun.
Okay.
Or
All right.
solution, peace, forgiveness.
That is
Family
the
unites in the grand dance.
Solution, peace, forgiveness sounds probably the safest one out of all
Yeah.
of them.
Okay.
Because they'll forgive us at the end
Right.
for opening it.
okay. So
Ask
that's the
for
one you're opening.
forgiveness, not
I guess
permission.
so.
Okay.
Keep
So
getting
that is the
dancing.
third one. So
Okay.
what's the
Number
one
3.
facing this way?
Okay, strength check at advantage. Oh, 24. And 12.
It was a natty 20.
It was a natty
Oh,
20
nice.
with a 4.
Okay, so
Woo.
you
Just-
you kind of put your shoulder down and push, and it surprises you. It seems lighter than you thought, and maybe it's just that the exocomp is stronger than you thought, and it's really helping, or maybe you're just buffer than you thought. But
like-
you pick this thing up, you shift it off center, get your fingers under the lip, and you pick it up and set the lid to the side without a problem, really without making a lot of noise or doing any damage. When all of you look inside, you see the mummified, or it's more than just it's not mummified in the sense it's like all wrapped up and preserved, right? But the
Dried
desiccated skeleton
Yeah.
of a minotaur. The robes that you saw stylized on the outside are also on this body, but they are almost dust.
Yeah, Air does one of these.
Yeah, they're greatly deteriorated. The smell is not significant because it's very dry.
Right.
This is really old.
Yeah.
It's desiccated, not rotten.
Right.
Could we just take a second and just a second of respect and to pay
Oh, yeah,
homage
should
to
we-
this?
yeah, just have a moment of
so
silence?
do a little-
Sure.
Yeah.
And as you
Just a
do, the other thing that you notice that stands out very clearly is that
Start to get up.
everything in this sarcophagus is dry, desiccated, skeletal, or falling apart, the clothing and whatnot, except for the one-handed light hammer that is resting in the crossed arms of this skeleton. It looks brand new and is softly glowing.
Oh.
I'm getting vibes that we can do something that resurrects this thing and not in a great way.
I just picture like that scene from the Dungeons and Dragons movie.
Could I?
Speak with dead, or yeah.
Could I just?
That was only 4 questions!
Right, right.
I love that was the after scene.
Yes.
Too.
So great.
Could I just? Could I touch it? I'd like to touch it. I don't want to take it away. I don't want to take
wanna
it away
touch
from
the
me.
You
hammer?
want
I
to
just
caress
wanna
the
touch-
hammer?
I want to touch the hammer.
Sure, you could touch
What
the
is
hammer.
happening?
I was
to
gonna.
this
It's
kid?
funny to me
I want to
because
touch the hammer.
when Freya had said, "Can we take a moment?" I could see where everybody like bowed their heads, but Bottom was the one that was like, "Oh,
Let's take a moment
look
to
at
take this hammer.
look at this, a tool."
Yep. So are you both reaching for the hammer? Is that what's
Oh,
happening?
Oh
yeah.
no, you please.
Okay.
This is an awkward moment.
Roll for initiative.
Can Panda?
That's not me starting a battle.
I was gonna say, can Panda
Uh,
just like shout a warning at them and be like,
3.
"I don't know that I'd touch it."
10. Oh,
No, already
initiative.
touched it.
Oh,
Right, and they're like, "Huh?"
0.
Oh, it was +0.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
sorry. Okay.
No, no,
yeah,
you're all
oops.
good.
Yeah.
3.
All right, so I think, as you described, I think in the moment of silence, Potom moves first and is a little bit ahead of Freya in his instinct to reach for the weapon. Pando, who cracks her eyes open a moment later to see Potom reaching out towards the hammer, makes a comment, but it's too late as Potom's hand wraps around the hilt of this hammer and pulls it loose. And the moment that happens, it's dark in this room, as a reminder, but the light that is on the back of the exocomp is dimly illuminating the space. It's almost like that light is extinguished as the room becomes unnaturally dark, as you see writhing black tentacles burst up from the ground all throughout this room. And they all reach for each of you. There are tentacles across every surface of this room.
Yeah.
They are not wholly substantial. They're just slightly transparent, but they have a physical presence as they come slapping towards you. They're black, but sort of glowing purplish almost. They are slimy and covered not covered in suckers, but have small hook-shaped claws all along the edges of them, almost in a spiral pattern around each tentacle. At their base, where they come up from the floor, they're almost 2 or in some cases 3 feet across in diameter, and they get more and more narrow as they extend, but each one is 7 to 10 feet long and is now whipping around the room, and they are all of them reaching for you in various spots.
Just
So,
pot 'em or all of us?
all of you.
Okay.
They are reaching for all of you. So we're just gonna put
Position.
you all around this, around this
We've
sarcophagus.
made a mistake.
The exocomp's already like
We already
hightailing out of
we
there.
knew it was a mistake as we were doing it, but we continued to do it anyway.
I used to think that Air was the one that was gonna like get one of you guys killed. Now I'm thinking it's the
No.
opposite.
Yeah.
So, first things first. I need all of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Okay, what kind of magic do I have here?
Lord have mercy. 4.
Oh, 3.
10?
10, he said, hopefully.
5.
Wow. Okay.
We're dead.
Rats.
Yeah.
Do I have
Um,
time
just
to
like the
wild
rats?
shape?
Can I cast Misty Step?
Can I rage?
We'll get to that in a second. First,
I'm just
First
gonna
you
let
die.
whatever's happening happen.
these tentacles, all of you are immediately encircled by these tentacles, which begin to constrict you, crushing you for a very low roll for them.
Thank God.
6 points of bludgeoning damage to each of you, and you are all restrained by the tentacles.
The exocomp rolled an 18.
Okay. The exocomp manages to dodge out of the way of the one tentacle that is reaching towards it. Its sort of self-preservation instincts or programming kicking in,
Much better than the rest of us.
and it is still free and does not take any damage and is not restrained. Just to give you a mechanical definition of restrained, so you all know how this condition affects you.
Well, I won't be restrained for much longer, so it's not.
No issue. A restrained creature's speed is 0, and it cannot benefit from any bonuses to speed.
Okay.
Attack rolls against you have advantage, and your attack rolls are at disadvantage. You also have a disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. It's not great. So all of you are restrained at this point. We're not going to roll initiative because this is not a combat.
Oh, okay.
You are
Oops.
Potom, why don't you roll an Arcana check?
Okay.
And I would also say maybe Pando, an Arcana check. No, Air.
Are you sure not Pando?
I'm sure not Pando.
21.
Good.
17.
We got
Okay.
something.
I would say both of you are familiar with a version of this spell, but for different reasons. I would say, Potom, this is not something you would have ever used, but you have a strong sense of where this magic, the source of this magic, gets pulled, and you recognize quickly these are not magical creatures. This is not a combat with a creature. This is a spell effect that has given partial access to something from a different realm to this room, and it has the ability to harm you. You also know that it has tends to have a limited area of effect.
In a limited time duration?
That depends on a lot of factors.
Okay.
But a limited area of effect, certainly. I would say, Air, you know less about that and the mechanics of it, and more as a warlock, you can almost feel the connection of this to another
Plane or
entity, to
Right.
another plane. So, like, the tentacles whipping around here, you know are not individual creatures. They are the appendages of some horror from another plane of existence. And there's been a partial portal opened up that's allowing them to whip around in here. So, you know that.
Okay.
Am I still holding the hammer?
Yeah, you are. So we're just gonna go in order around the table, and talk about what you do. But we are going round by round. So though this is not combat,
Okay.
Structured.
there's
like,
just
yeah.
it's still structured in that 6-second round sort of like combat is, but the order doesn't particularly matter here. So Pando, you are restrained by this thing, so you cannot move. What would you like to do?
I cannot move, but I can still wild shape, right? Because that's not a movement.
Yep.
I would say almost reactively, because I've just left pure terror. I just change into a bear because I've now been hurt walking here, and by a tentacle that just appeared out of the
Yeah.
ground.
All right, very good. So use your action to turn into a bear. And y'all have seen this before, but suddenly wrapped up in that black tentacle and squeezed a little bit tighter because it's a bigger creature, you see a tall black bear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Up on its hind legs, still wrapped in the tentacle, but now
Brown bear.
brown bear, but now kind of roaring and angry. Air.
She could Misty Step out of this, but I'm not sure if it's worth burning a spell slot over. You can roll to become ungrappled, can't you?
Yeah, you could attempt to free yourself. So if you want to, you can use your action to try to get out of the tentacles. It would be either a strength or a dexterity check.
Okay. Oh, I'll do that. Dexterity check.
Okay. And it's not a saving throw, so you do not face the disadvantage of restraint.
Oh, okay. That was my next question.
Can I ask a question about the tentacle itself? Since it seems to be otherworldly or coming from another world, does it have the same physicality to it? Like we could hurt it, or is it more like not a substance that we could actually engage
It feels
in?
like it's only kind of there. So
Okay,
you can
that's
feel
what
it
I mean.
constricting and crushing you.
Yes, but it's not like a
No.
fleshy arm. Okay.
It is not.
Okay.
How'd you do?
Yeah.
We can skip me, right?
Okay.
9.
Yeah. So you struggle and squirm and try to
And pout.
escape and pout, but it's got you wrapped up pretty good, and so you use your action, but fail to escape. You can still use a bonus action, but you're moving to 0.
Yeah, bonus action to do what is the question?
Disengage.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You've solved my restraint riddle. Always only took a bonus action.
Oh, Misty Step is a bonus action.
Sure is.
I just don't want to burn a spell slot. I'm gonna sit
know,
here. I'm
right?
gonna sit here.
All right. Freya, you're wrapped up in gross tentacles.
Oh well, I'm definitely gonna rage.
Okay.
I'm real pissed. Yeah. I'm wrapped up in gross tentacles. It's not something that I could actually like hit with a sword, could I? Like,
It doesn't seem to be,
okay.
but
You
when
could
you're
attack
raging,
with it.
you get advantage on strength checks.
Yeah.
So
So I think I'm gonna just try to like burst out.
okay, make
that
a
was fine.
strength check at advantage then.
Okay. We got 18. Yeah, 18.
Okay. So you rage out and you tear this thing off of you, throwing it to the side. As you throw it, it seems to sort of phase out almost and
Okay.
disappear. But more tentacles are appearing from the floor all the time. So it's not on you anymore. So you still have your movement available and a bonus action.
Right. Okay. So what?
See ya.
Right. No, I was gonna dash actually, because I can dash and with my charge I can dash and hit something, do a melee action. So I think I'm like right. I'm trying to think here. Well, as long as I mean, I don't. When I dash, I don't have to dash my full amount, do I? I just go fast.
No,
Yeah, I'm just gonna
dashing
dash.
just gives you extra movement that you can use.
Okay, I'm just gonna dash like back to here, and this is behind Potom, right? And I'm gonna just try to hit the tentacles like to the side that are holding air.
Okay.
Like without hitting air, I'm gonna try to hit them with my battle axe.
All right. Roll an attack.
Air, the one-armed wonder.
No, it's just 12.
Natural one. 12. You swing, and your battle axe.
Severs air in half.
It feels for a moment like you struck something, but then it sort of phases harmlessly through the tentacle,
Oh.
and
Not
does
good
not seem to doesn't seem to cause any reaction.
Okay.
And to just also mention, you didn't need to dash to get there because you had movement.
Well, but I did have to dash to do the melee.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, the
Got it.
dashing.
So,
and
but
then
you still have movement available to you if you would like to
Okay.
move further. Especially since you dashed, you still have a good. I mean, you moved 15 feet,
So are
so
the-
you still have probably like 45 feet of movement
Are
available to you.
the tentacles just around the coffin, or are they in the whole room?
The whole room is full of tentacles.
Okay.
Coming
What
out
about
of the
coming
floor.
down here?
Good question. When you look over there, you do not see any tentacles in the hallway.
I'm just gonna dash, like finish running over to the hallway here. I think I have plenty to
Okay.
get. I have like 45 feet. So
Yeah,
I'm
plenty.
Gonna run
You
to
can,
the hallway.
as you cross the threshold, you see that there are no tentacles out here,
Okay.
and
Okay,
they do not seem to be reaching towards you outside the room.
Alrighty. Okay, I'm just gonna hold there
Okay.
for a minute.
Potom.
I think that Potom's first step is to call the exocomp. Assist me!
Okay.
And I will struggle to get loose.
Okay.
Still holding the hammer.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, not
So the exocomp can make it over to you no problem. So you can roll your either strength or dexterity check at advantage.
Come on.
Big money.
11.
Big money.
11. So the exocomp gets over to you. I'm gonna offer you a devil's bargain here.
Okay.
So
Careful, I lost an ear last time.
with an 11, you can. The exocomp is in there, pulling on this thing, tugging on this tentacle, trying to get you out, and you're trying to wriggle your way out. You can either escape yourself, but the exocomp will become trapped in your place, or you can leave the exocomp free, prioritize its staying unencumbered, and you can remain trapped.
First option.
Okay. So the
Easy choice.
exocomp kind of digs its arms in, stretches them out, gives you a hole to jump out of. But as it does so, the tentacle wraps itself around, and the exocomp is now restrained in the spot where you were standing. You still have your movement and a bonus action.
I will move in next to Freya.
Okay.
And as a bonus action, what are my bonus actions? Oh, interesting. Hang on 1 second. Cool. I am going to cast Sanctuary
Ooh.
on the tentacles.
Sanctuary on the tentacles.
You ward a creature within range against it. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I will. Who's still stuck there?
Both of
The
us.
elves.
I'm
The
yeah,
elves.
The elves.
Ah, typical elves.
Such an elf thing.
Odds, evens.
Okay.
Half elf, actually. I'll just let you know. Half drow.
I ward Courtney with. I'm sorry.
Pando.
Pando with Sanctuary.
Okay.
So,
That's a neat spell.
any creature who targets the warded creature with an attack or a harmful spell must first make a Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature must choose a new target or lose the attack or spell. The spell doesn't protect the warded creature from an area effects. Ooh, is this an area effect?
Guess we'll find out.
Such as an explosion or fireball. If the warded creature makes an attack, casts a spell that affects an enemy, or deals damage to another creature, the spell ends. So, keep that in mind.
All right. Next up is the exocomp. The exocomp is currently restrained and is still in these tentacles at the start of its turn, so it will be taking some crushing damage.
Oh, Jesus.
The
That's a lot of
exocomp
throw- that's a lot of throw-
Takes
rolls, buddy.
10 points of bludgeoning damage, and it now has the opportunity to attempt to escape, which I assume would be a priority for it.
Yep.
So a strength or dexterity check.
I'd be so mad if I have to use Misty Step for this.
Let's see. Saving throws Dex +1 plus my. So it's gonna make it a dexterity check. Let's go. Um, 18.
Okay. The exocomp sort of reconfigures itself in such a way that the tentacles lose its grip and it is now free. It has its movement available.
Feel like it was very much like the Hulkbuster when it was fighting the Hulk, where all of a sudden it's just kind of like. Cool. All right. It has its movement and a bonus action.
Cat feeder?
That's kind of
And like, what haunted toy do we need
Right.
to remove?
It's going to say it again in about
So,
5 seconds.
little monkey with cymbals.
Right. And I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm out.
I like these. These are good.
Yeah, those are
Right.
tasty.
A little strawberry. Like if you either
Yeah.
mash up a strawberry or just have strawberries on the side with it.
Delicious.
Okay. I don't see that they've. Other than I don't see that it really has any bonus actions on its card. So we will have it move here between these two.
Okay.
In a soon to be assist, or at least that is the command, is to assist those two.
Sounds good. Okay, Pando, it's your turn. You are restrained and in the clutches of one of these tentacles, which it means it's going to crush you.
I don't like that.
Your powerful bear form is going to take 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
and it is now your turn. If you want to free yourself from the tentacles, you can do a strength or dexterity check using the bear's attributes.
So I want to use. So bear has 19 plus 4 for strength.
Okay.
But I'm used to rolling that here. So what would I roll for
You're
that?
going to just roll a
For what?
d20 and add 4 then.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. No, I mean
I could just see it was single over there.
Single digit.
digit.
9.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got
the
help.
highest
You're fine.
single
You're fine.
digit,
You're
though.
fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Even with my, I gotta take
Oh,
off
yeah.
my 8 points, but
Yeah,
The,
you're
uh,
good. You're good.
The bear's form, though powerful, is
Clumsy.
is clumsy and is a little too encircled. And in fact, a second tentacle has wrapped
Come
around
on
you
now.
from behind, and is sort of creeping up towards your
Mm-hmm.
neck. It's not great. You can't move. If you have a bonus action that you'd like to use, you could, but that's it. And it would have to be a bonus action that you can do in your wild shape form. So I'm not sure you have
I'm
anything
not
like
sure
that.
that I have a bonus action for the bear.
Okay.
I think it would tell me, right?
Yeah. Or on your normal,
You could still. I think
Card.
You can, yeah, I think you can still do like here.
you might have a bonus action you can do, but you can't yet cast spells in your wild shape.
No.
Oh, so
Um,
yeah, I can't imagine
so I'm
what
not
you'd be
sure
able
there
to do.
would be
Right.
something you
I
could
don't know
do.
that there's anything I can do
Yeah,
because I
you
can't
click
do
actions
any of those.
just to see bonus action. Yeah.
right.
Oh, healing word. You can do healing word. Oh no, you can't. Sorry, we can't. You can't
Not
cast spells.
in
Yeah, we just talked. We
Wild.
just said that.
Yeah.
Air, you are
I have
also
a, I have a 5e mechanics question. For
yeah.
You.
Oh.
You are also still restrained. What's up?
You can use wild shape as a bonus action, and you can use a bonus action to expend 1 spell slot to regain 1d8 HP per level of the spell slot expended. Does that make sense to anybody?
Oh wait,
Sorry.
you can use
What
a
do you-
bonus. Okay, combat. wild
Do you have
shape,
something
use
that's
wild
really
shape.
little that you could shape shift into something really small and then you could run out?
Oh,
I don't
so
want to use my
oh,
second
so you can't.
shift.
You can't.
'cause
You
I only
can't
get
cast
2
spells, but you can heal using your spell slots in wild shape.
Cool.
to myself.
Right. Right.
Okay.
yourself.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
Very
actually
cool.
really. That's you need to keep that in mind. That's actually
Yeah.
Okay.
really good.
Yeah. You
So I
should-
wouldn't need to use it now.
also not for
necessarily.
this combat, but don't forget that you have Sentinel now, which is an awesome.
I
power.
100% forgot that.
Yeah, it's not useful in this situation at all, but your Sentinel attack
I feel like I need to just
feature
spend time
is
reminding myself.
You
of
need
what
to
I
make
can
flashcards.
do.
pretty-
I think I
pretty
have
cool.
to. I
Yeah.
don't remember that.
I had a
Um,
friend that
when
had
I was
all his
playing-
like, spells like printed out and like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was playing a paladin, before every single
Yeah.
game, I would just have to sit and go, okay,
Right.
what can Phlox do?
Right.
Mhm.
I think I'm going to have to.
And it gets worse and worse as you guys progress.
I
because
also
all of your
don't
characters will
understand
become
what
more
that means.
complex.
So
Yeah.
I'm
We'll-
just going to
we'll
take it as
talk
I can
about it.
heal myself.
And also, I guess Sanctuary didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, you have Sanctuary cast on you, but it doesn't seem to be helping in this
Right.
situation.
Right.
Air.
Yeah, I have a 5e mechanics question for you.
Okay. First, let me tell you what's happening, which is that you are still restrained and being crushed by this tentacle. So at the start of your turn,
Right.
You-
Well, that's the question.
oh, okay, go ahead.
In 5e there was in Pathfinder there was a distinction, and I don't know if this carries over in 5e or not. There was a distinction between delay, like having like a delayed action that you have like a trigger for,
Mhm.
and there was a distinction between that and then also just delaying your turn in the turn order.
Oh, right.
So in this,
So-
I guess now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think it actually mechanically makes a difference because I'll be taking the damage regardless. But I want to delay my action. I think that's how that would work in 5e.
So in
right?
5e, it's called a held action.
or held action.
Yeah, and essentially on your turn, you say, "I want to hold this action. This is the trigger
Can
for
I-
my action." If the trigger happens, you get to do the action, or not if you
Right.
decide. Or at the end of the round,
It
if
happens.
the trigger
Yeah.
hasn't happened, you get one more chance to do the thing if you want. If it's like, "Oh, well, my trigger didn't happen. Can I still attack?"
Can you split? Could I do like a bonus action and then say, "And I'm holding my regular action for something"?
Sure.
Okay.
So at the start of your turn, you take 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, I don't think it's
as
that- yeah, I
the
think it's-
tentacles continue to crush you.
That's a lot of. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, the spell is finally rolling closer to average.
Okay. Well, I can get some healing after this.
But you
I'm
did
going
save that
to-
spell slot.
I did. Well, So can I do it? This is, okay, I guess now that I've taken that much damage, I think what I would like to do is I would like to, and you can tell me if I can do this or not. I would like to hold my escape action until the exocomp aids me in my escape.
Oh, sure.
But then I would also like to, and if can I also hold my bonus action?
Cannot hold a bonus action. Well, you can hold one thing.
I can hold one thing.
So it can be your action or your bonus action, but you can't hold two things.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that though. Then I think it's still
Okay.
a better move.
All right, very good. Well, that happens immediately. Well, no, that's not true. Freya,
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, the exocomp is there, but I am going to. I'm just surveying the situation. I'm looking. Yeah.
I hold it until
Till
someone
somebody
helps,
aids it.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm kind of like surveying the situation, and so I am going to dash. Well, I'm going to dash back in to like right here, and I'm going to do an unarmed strike on the I'm going to try to like unarmed strike and like rip the tentacles off of.
so here's what I'll allow. You have two choices. You can run in and try to literally rip air out of these tentacles.
Okay.
Like you can try to physically pick air up and carry her out of here.
Okay.
Or you can run in here and do what you just described, which would give air the help action on when this action is triggered, and so you would be rolling to escape the tentacles, which would then give you free movement, and you could do what you wanted to do after that. Or you can try to rip her free of these, in which case you might be able to physically just carry her back to safety. There is a bit of a risk reward here. I'll just tell you, this is not meant to be a trick.
Yeah.
Ripping her out of the tentacles might hurt. But it is a
Hurt
faster,
her?
more direct way. It's a faster, more direct way to get her out of there. You're big and strong and could just tear her out of these tentacles, or hope that she can slip out. But if you choose option 2, you're going to stay out there
So
to help and
yeah.
be in the tentacles at the start of your turn.
And then also you have to cross a bunch of tentacles to even get there.
The mechanics of this spell are such that you only face a tentacle attack if you start your turn
In the tentacles.
in the
In the
tentacles.
tentacles. How many hit points do you have?
15, although that
She
shouldn't.
said,
although,
not metagaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although it shouldn't.
Air,
that
how
what
do you feel?
Is that what that was called?
I feel
50-50.
yeah, about
Is that what you call
40%.
Feeling kind of middling.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna
Little
rip.
rough.
I'm gonna rip
From a
air
scale
out
of
here.
0 to 35, I'm about 15.
Also, before you leave, I feel like Potham would be like, "Don't."
Go back in there.
yeah,
Yeah, right.
I'm
No,
trying to.
sorry, I
I
gotta help.
I don't want to give instruction.
I gotta
yeah,
try here.
I feel like,
All right, what's the plan?
No, I'm gonna try to rip air out and run
All right.
back.
So here's what I would like you to do: make a strength check. You're still, you raged.
I raged. I'm
Did
raging.
did
still.
you take damage from the tentacles?
Very initially, I did.
But
So
Before
you
I raged.
So in order to still be raging on this turn,
Yeah.
you would need to burn another rage. You need to.
Oh,
your rage goes
no.
away.
to maintain you
If
to.
you-
Yeah.
No,
You're-
but I did do an attack last turn. I
Oh,
attacked
that's right.
with the battle axe.
That's
yeah.
right. That's right. You
Yeah.
missed because you didn't have an acceptable target, but
Yeah.
Right,
you
right.
did do it.
Mhm.
Yep,
I did
You're
try.
right. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
So
So I
roll
should be good.
strength check at advantage.
Okay. All right. We're gonna manually roll
This
because
is gonna be the closest Air's been to death. in a
14,
long
18,
time.
and 18.
Okay. 18 is enough.
Mm-hmm.
You reach in, grab air by one of the wrists, and you just yank and
Yeah.
tear her out of the clutches of this tentacle.
And an arc can throw you out of the hand.
Air, you take 1 point of bludgeoning damage
Oh,
as
thank
your
God.
shoulder is wrenched as you're yanked out of this thing, and you know are now slung bodily over the shoulder of Freya.
Okay.
Freya, you have enough movement to get back
Yeah,
to the
I'm back.
hallway if you want. So you can bring air with you.
I
Makes
am
me
back
think of
to the
Drax
hallway
at
with
the end
air.
going, I don't think I like this. I don't think I like this defense.
Back to the hallway with air.
You're
Okay.
dumb.
But I still kept my spell slot.
Good. That's what's
You
most
kept your
important.
spell
Gotta
slot.
preserve those slots. All right, very good. That brings us back to the exocomp. No,
Potom.
Potom.
Which Bottom will pass on to the exocomp. I mean, I will pass my turn. We'll go to the exocomp, and the command is to free Courtney.
Okay.
Panda.
So
Pando.
it's a little
Free the
different.
bear.
It's a little different
Free the
with in this situation, the option of just ripping Pando out and carrying Pando back like Freya did with Air is not available because Pando is a big brown bear.
Yeah,
But you
I
can
figured that the
order it to
exocomp is
assist.
doing the same thing that he did
Yep.
with me.
Kind of like that.
Yep.
Very good. Okay, so first and foremost, the bear takes 10 points of bludgeoning damage as the tentacles continue to constrict. And now, at advantage, you can roll a strength check using the bear's strength to try to tear these tentacles off. At advantage.
At advantage.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah, you're still stuck.
Can question as I'm learning what this bonus action stuff is. Can I heal myself or no because I'm a bear? Like I would have to be in pando form.
I think that's what it says. It
The
says,
combat wild shape is a bonus action.
That's what
so
I
if
was-
you use
Oh, but you can do it twice. Oh wait. Oh, sorry.
if you use that ability,
Mm-hmm.
you have to decide what spell slot to burn, but
Mm-hmm.
you can do that as your bonus action. So you could do that
How
on
many
this
spell
turn
slots
and
do you
I have
heal
4.
heal your bear. How many hit points does your bear have left?
16.
So tactically,
Yes.
those are the equivalent of temporary hit points.
That's
You're not
true.
going to probably be a bear. I mean, maybe you'll just continue to roam the dungeon like a bear, but the moment you stop being a bear, those hit points just go away.
Gotcha.
So it's a little more of a consumable it's a little less valuable a consumable than your spell slots
Right.
because
probably.
then I would just turn into pando.
then you
when
would just
they-
turn into
Yeah.
Pando.
It's-
If you were sacrificing Pando's
Yeah.
HP versus a spell slot, it might be
Sure.
closer.
It's not
Okay.
nearly as useful as it sounded when
Yeah.
I first read it.
Yeah. I mean,
Because-
it's not bad. Like if you really want to stay in that
No,
shape,
in a pinch,
Right.
yeah.
and you're like, oh, I really don't want to drop this earth elemental shape because whatever. So let
It
me-
was almost a knee-jerk reation for Pando because she's just been like brutally taking hits. Yeah.
Okay. I'll just so we don't drag this out too much. Let me ask, anybody else who is not currently in the tentacles have an idea other than what the exocomp is currently attempting, or anything else you want to do to help Pando?
Oh,
Tell me exactly what was the exocomp doing again?
It's basically
Just
just assisting
trying
her
to
to try to
run
get
her
out
so
of
that
the
I can
tentacles.
run out.
I mean,
'Cause my
because
melee
Freya
attack
could run
won't
back
do
in and
anything.
try to assist the exocomp in doing, like, with the exocomp, try to.
So mechanically, you can't stack help actions.
Oh, okay.
Which I get that doesn't fit the narrative necessarily
Sure,
because it's not
sure.
like Freya wouldn't want to help.
Yeah.
But I think maybe narratively the way it is like it just looks too crowded in there now
Okay.
with tentacles. Like you would just
Like
be
I can't
probably
get
in the
in,
way. So unless somebody has a very different idea here, we'll just keep trying this
Yeah.
roll.
Yeah.
Let's try it
Okay.
again.
So your
No melee attack is gonna.
bear. Oh man, that's big rolls. It's 13 points of bludgeoning damage to your bear. And now one more time, you may roll
Really?
at advantage. So roll
Someone
twice
else
and
wanna
take the
roll?
highest.
Okay, so that is 16.
Okay.
We're going with 16.
Go with 16. 16 is exactly what you needed
Oh.
to break free of the tentacles. And both you and the exocomp are able to race for the hallway and get out of this room.
Awesome.
As you do,
I imagine that there's a whole like grabbing of the scuff of the neck of the bear, and he like tosses it in front of him as he like.
yep. And this bear is pretty beat up at this point as well. the tentacles are clinging to the legs of the exocomp and kind of flapping at all of you, but they don't seem to be able to get beyond the threshold of the hallway. And a few short moments after you are all out in the hallway, outside the area of effect of the spell, the tentacles dissipate and vanish from sight, and the room returns to its previously peaceful state. Potom, you've got a glowing hammer.
Well, there's 3 more.
I know. I was just sort of thinking that too. And we have a glowing hammer to help us get them.
This time I'm gonna
And
use it.
just because your bear is beat up, Pando, doesn't mean you're beat up.
I mean,
I'm actually
Mina's
beat up.
kind of beat up.
I'm actually
you know, I'm kind of wondering why you didn't try hitting the tentacles with the glowing hammer.
I didn't have time to think about that.
Okay.
Violence isn't the first thing that I think of.
Stealing is.
Air's just really trying to hold it
tools.
together.
He just wanted to look at it, and now he's looking at it.
Shiny.
I mean, there is 4 of us, and there are 4 coffins. You know.
Pando is not going back into Tentacle Land.
No, the tentacles are gone.
What if we just send the exocomp?
Yeah. What if
That's
we
the
just
solution to everything.
what if we just try this one that's close to the door?
Also, I am down for that.
Okay. But if
bear's
something
just
comes back,
looking
try
at
hitting it with the glowing hammer. Okay.
All right.
Do we have healing spells? In this, or-
Do you need some healing?
I'm lower than half.
Okay. Potom
It's the most injured I've been in a long time.
places, pulls out his dermal regenerator, and runs it over you for 13
Oh, okay.
points of healing.
Let's rock and roll, guys.
And we're back to grave robbing air.
Yeah.
I
Let's
do
try
feel
this
like
again.
Pando should heal herself too. Do I have to do an action to get out of wild shape?
we're not
we're
taking
not in
actions.
combat anymore, so you don't have to worry about that. But generally speaking,
Just as an aside, in the like,
you can
So-
drop it as a bonus action.
your wild shape is technically some temporary hit points, right?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just ride the bear until
I mean, I
Until-
kind of have
until
3.
the
Until
bear
the
is
dead- until the bear's
gone,
So my-
and then you revert back to your actual hit
The
points?
only
Yes,
the only
my-
reason to
my
maybe not do that is you
concern-
can't cast spells when you're the bear.
And my concern is I'm down to 13 on Pando. And so if I get hit by like 20, then Bear's done and Pando's done.
Well, how about you just stand back for a moment?
Sounds good.
I literally got hurt just walking.
Potom just kind of Potom presses Pando into the sidewall and moves the exocomp in front of her.
Which, by the way, what that looks like is Potom puts his little hand on the brown bear's nose and just starts shoving this brown bear that's 4 times his size backwards gently.
brown bear-
I thought you were gonna say
Can
that.
I just
You push
do
that
it?
and it actually Panda moves back. instead of the brown bear.
Yes.
I mean,
Um,
yes, I can stay in my bear.
Okay,
Also,
you're all in the
on
hallway.
the-
Tell me what.
One last thing
Yeah.
before this next thing. I am using mending on the exocomp,
Okay.
which means that.
I technically, actually, you know what? Honestly, I
This is
forgot
bothering
that I
me.
had.
I'm gonna let this be static instead of having to pop up every time.
I can use mending to fix him, but how does that work?
Can I ask a logistics question?
Mm.
So I have 4 spell slots for first level and 3 for second level. If I use a first level spell slot, does that also burn a second level spell slot? Or do I literally have 7 spell slots?
You have so if you have 4 first level and 3 second level, then you have 7 spell slots. You can burn a second level spell slot to cast a first level spell,
And sometimes you have
but
added
not
effects.
but not
yeah.
the opposite.
Right, so like like cure wounds and healing word and everything
Yeah.
is like
Yeah.
more powerful
Oh,
at
yeah.
second
Exactly.
level.
Yep.
Mhm.
It's all. Yeah. It's all right there.
But I do have 7 independent
Discreet.
spots.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a lot of spells.
Yeah.
I mean, I have 2.
I don't know.
Although I do get I have a pretty big power boost next level. So.
Nice.
All right, so you are all hovered sort of in the safe zone in the hallway here. It sounds like, considering another attempt,
I
another
guess.
foray into this room,
We're
how is it going
crazy.
down? I'll also just remind you can take a short rest at any time.
What? I was just preserving my spell slot.
It is, a short rest takes an hour, 90 minutes or so. You may or may not be in a safe place right now.
Just Misty
So-
step back and forth, just over and over again. And
Oh, could we? What do you feel about a short rest, guys?
I would have cast Misty step sooner.
Right.
No, that's I know. I don't care. No, if you guys want to
It
do
grants
close.
2d6 hit points. Here's how that works.
Or if you wanted to do one more run at it.
Yeah. Let's just try it. I'm doing okay.
Yeah,
Actually.
let's just try it. I'm also doing okay.
I'm gonna just I'm just going to take one step kind of over the threshold into the room. What was that?
Max roll. He rolled very high to heal his
Oh,
exocomp.
The exocomp is back in action.
sweet.
All right, you take a step into the room.
Just one step.
Say.
I want to see what's gonna happen when I step into the room. Is that
You
tentacles
step into the
coming
room,
back?
and as soon as your foot hits the floor, a little puff of dust comes up as your foot lands, and there is no other response.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna approach that. Which one is this coffin?
That is the Great Dance.
That's the great. Yeah, I've been drawn to this dance.
Mm,
I'd like to go to the great dance.
I've always heard you should great dance when as if no one is watching.
Yeah, I read that. I read that on a board somewhere.
Yeah.
In somebody's house for
In
some
somebody's
reason.
house.
I thought it was really stupid.
The person,
Laugh, love.
the Minotaur priestess that is depicted on the top of this one is holding sort of a flanged mace in her hand.
Oh, I could use a mace.
Something tells me that there's a mace inside of it.
Can
Try to guess.
can the exocom come in with me and we
Oh.
can try to lift this off?
Oh yeah,
don't even know if I
the
need
exact
to
same way that we
rage
did the
roll
Roll
last
a
one.
Yeah.
strength check at advantage. Where's everybody else?
Hanging out in the
Um,
hallway.
I don't know if I can like do this. I have to like wait my turn, but like Pando goes back into Pando, and I do want to use one of my spells to.
Oh yeah,
heal
go ahead.
myself.
We're not like in combat or active stuff. So
Okay.
if there's a thing you wanted to do, that's
So
fine.
that's
I just
okay.
mostly want to know. So it's just Freya and the exocomp that are in the room.
Potham is definitely waiting patiently and very vigilantly observing from the doorway.
Yeah,
I-
I'm on deck to help. I can.
Yeah,
That's
I
an
don't.
option.
I don't actually know that we're going to be able to lift this off because I only got a 10 for my strength
Okay.
check at advantage.
Yeah, this one, for some reason, this one seems to be stuck on there. And as you're kind of heaving against this, you notice that it is probably because at some point a piece of rubble fell. The rubble is now sort of sitting on the ground on the side of the crypt, and it actually cracked the top of this, and it has settled in a way that it is kind of jamming. The other one you slid off the top. In order to get this one off, you would have to literally lift these two chunks off, which is much more difficult,
Okay.
and you're really struggling with that.
I would imagine that a crowbar could help.
Does this mean
Bottom
that
produces
I
a crowbar.
earned 11 hit points back. Okay.
Sure. Let's try it.
Okay. All right, you take another stab at it. Roll at advantage, a strength check.
Wow, 12. I'm going to roll this. 12.
Okay, consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, you manage to get the crowbar in there and pry it up, and it lifts up about 5-6 inches, and you see a little puff of kind
blow.
of stale air come out of it, but then it slips and slams back down. You're having a real hard time getting into this one.
Should we try the first one instead?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one is that one?
Okay. This is the one that talks about peace. No, we already did the peace one, right?
Solution.
We did
the
solution.
Yeah,
patient
solution.
forgiveness,
Oh, this is the
family unites in
This is the one that talks
great
about peace.
Oh,
Okay.
families at
So
peace
we-
remain at peace.
That's right.
Okay.
Unless
What
you
does
get
it-
disturbed with a crowbar.
Right.
Right.
right. Then
What
let's
what does it look like on top?
the priestess on this one is holding a sort of spiked morning star
Oh,
sort of implement.
cool. It's pretty badass.
Sounds like something.
It's like a it's
panda
it's
needs-
pretty
yeah.
classic wooden handle, big ball, covered in spikes.
Sure.
Okay. Well, let's try this one.
Strength check at advantage.
Come on, I have to
Keep
roll
trying
something
one
better
of
at
these-
some
one of these
point.
days.
15. 12.
Okay. You manage it this time.
Okay.
It's not as
Easy.
graceful as that first
Yeah.
one, but you and the robot heave on this thing, and the lid of the sarcophagus comes crashing loudly to the ground. The crash
not what
echoes
I
up
wanted
the
to do.
hallway and up the stairs, and the very beautifully designed
Oof.
sarcophagus lid cracks into several pieces
Oh, that's painful.
on the ground,
Oh, I don't-
desecrating this holy place.
I do not like that at all.
Were you gonna put it back on top?
No way.
Well, I mean, I do like how you're reacting to this as Freya, because, you know, Freya's people literally worship their
Yes.
ancestors and the spirits
I
of their
know.
ancestors. So this kind of grave robbing
is.
of like a holy
Mm-hmm.
crypt probably doesn't sit super well with Freya, I gotta believe.
No, it doesn't. She feels very uncomfortable with this, but she really wants.
As
really
she's
wants
still
She's like,
reaching for it.
She really wants a glowing thing,
But
real
also,
bad.
But also,
Uh,
minotaurs are not dragonborn.
You're not wrong. But we do
But
share a lot of.
Shira.
There's a lot of crossover as we talked
Yeah.
about. Anyway, what you see inside here is very similar to what you saw in the other, except in this one, it is a lightly glowing spiked morning star.
Everybody else is in the hallway, right?
You and the
What's in
exo,
there?
you and the exocomp are in the room right next to the crypt. Everybody else is in the hallway.
Could I try to like grab it and run to the hallway?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Or,
grab
like,
it and run to the
If you
hallway.
like jump on it and like grab it, it's like your
I
feet
am. I'm
aren't
gonna
on the
grab
ground.
it. I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna run to the hallway.
Okay. The moment you start to grab the hammer and move it, the tentacles come boiling up from the ground again. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. I need the exocomp to make a dexterity saving throw.
You got it.
Oh, phew. 18.
Hmm?
Da, 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 da. Uh, 10.
Okay. Freya, you prepare yourself, grab the hammer, and then leap, launching yourself across 10 feet of room and landing, sort of rolling into the hallway and finding yourself in the safe zone. The exocomp turns to follow and takes about 2 halting steps before a huge black tentacle encircles it entirely and drags it to a halt and begins to crush it. The exocomp takes 16 points of bludgeoning damage
Mm.
and is restrained.
Howie. Panda just screams from the hall, "Are you playing with the tentacles again?"
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit. I'm in the hallway.
All of the rest of you, before the exocomp has its next turn, is there anything you would like to do?
I just
It was
don't
such a
think
great
there's
exocomp.
anything-
Yeah.
It's a shame that we had to lose it in this way.
Well, the thing is that I have a turn, and as it turns out, I can perform mending
Miracles.
at will.
Wait,
So,
what? Oh, you can.
What's the range on mending?
oh, so that's good. That's good. Question.
Is it touch?
I'm full of good questions.
It,
It is
Why
touch,
we
isn't
like
it?
you.
damn it, Thomas! you and your whole mending
What a rules lawyer.
knowledge. Right.
Who invited the lawyer to this?
Exactly. The only one that's on my side is blood. No, you're not even on my side. Okay. Nope. Can't perform touch unless I want to get in there. Oh yeah, he's
He's in there.
in there.
Yep.
We'll put him on that side because
Just
we
for
didn't say-
funsies.
We didn't say what side he was on, and
So Freya, I'm not giving you a turn here, but anybody else can take a turn before we start the exocomp's turn.
You should use your hammer.
I'm not gonna be burning a Misty Step for this robot.
I mean, you weren't going to burn it to save your own skin, so I certainly didn't expect you to burn it to save a robot.
especially when you were like, "Well, it was good to have him."
Replaceable. It's not like
Sure. You know what? That
cockroaches.
does sound like something that Potham would like to try. Is
The hammer?
to use the hammer against the.
What if you lose the hammer while doing?
Roll an attack.
You don't even know what this hammer does.
Yeah, I have no idea what this hammer does, or even how to just a war hammer sort of.
Yeah, just roll. Roll it. What other melee weapons does Potham use?
He has a war hammer.
Yeah, roll that.
Okay.
It's the equivalent.
I'm waiting for these things just to be like kind of ceremonial.
7, because he's
Right.
not a warrior.
Like this,
7.
it's like pot metal and
So I think, I think maybe what
Gold
happens
leaf.
here is that
gold leaf.
Potham's trying to test this. Freya's nudging him to like test it, and he's like, "Yeah, an experiment makes sense," but also he's like, "But I'm not going to be an idiot here. I'm not going outside of the safe zone." And you kind of swing it several times, trying to keep your feet in the safe area, but swinging out to try to get a tentacle. And just really none of them come close enough. So
Sure.
you wave it wildly back and forth a few times, but don't make contact with
Yeah, that
anything.
makes a lot of sense.
Can Panda try? I mean, because it's a spell, so it's magical. Can she try a thorn whip to get the tentacle off, like to damage the tentacle that's around?
You can attempt that. I would
Also, what
say
is the range on that? Just
30
because that's
feet.
apparently the question that we're asking.
Let's get a lot of
It's
questions.
30 feet, so she could come to the edge there.
Let me offer this. I think at this point y'all have interacted with these tentacles enough, and you both know enough about this that you know it's a spell effect.
Attacking
These
is
are not creatures.
Yeah.
They're
Right.
not here.
Mhm.
This is magic that's acting on you.
Right.
I would guess at this point you had a chance to rest and talk and strategize and decide you were going to do this thing, and you would have communicated that to the group. So Pando, I think, knows that like whipping these tentacles is not going to do anything.
But it's magic against magic.
However, I believe part of the thorn whip
Uh-huh.
is the ability to pull something.
It is. It also, I think, causes damage to that thing, though.
It sure does. But it might be a trade-off that Pando thought about making.
As it turns out, we
If
can
you-
fix robots.
If you whip
Okay.
the robot
Yeah.
and pull it, is it going to take damage? Mm-hmm. But would you potentially help it get out of the tentacles? Maybe.
Okay.
Without going into the room. The alternative is somebody's got to go into the room to help this thing, or it has to break on its own.
So, my thorn whip, which is magic, it can't hurt the magic tentacles. My best bet is to hurt the exocomp, but to bring it closer.
basically.
That
Lawyer,
seems
do
like
you have any?
that
do
seems
we
like
have
a way.
loopholes here?
That seems like a way you could help. Whipping the tentacles seems unlikely to help.
I only
Um,
pop
It doesn't
in-
mean you have to do anything.
No, I'm just gonna say, Potham, can I try this?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, you. Because you're going to be attacking the exocomp,
So I have to do that as well.
right? Is that mechanically? Is that how you're going to do it?
Yeah, roll
mean,
an
I
attack.
have to.
Yeah.
However,
Right.
Yeah,
Thorn
then you
Whip
want to roll that.
works.
Okay.
Roll an attack against the exocomp.
Nat 20.
Use crit the exocomp.
Yeah.
Sick. All right, roll a d.
Sorry, friend.
Roll a d. Roll a
like knock his
d6.
head off.
Roll a normal d6 because if you recall,
So it's
D&D
just-
Beyond doesn't do crits the way we do them. So if
Okay.
you roll a d6 right now, it's going to double.
Yeah.
It's going to do it.
So 2d6. That means I have to do it twice, right?
Just roll one d6.
Just roll and then times
What
it.
you did
Nope.
was the best you could ever do it.
3.
So as a
So
reminder
for
of our
our
crit
she looks-
rules
Yes.
at this table,
Looks fucking cool.
you get max damage on the first dice on the
Okay.
base attack,
Okay.
and then you get an extra version of whatever the dice is.
Okay.
So what
Oh,
you
yeah.
so what your thorn whip just did was 9 points of damage.
No, it's actually that was the confusion. It's actually 2d6 is the base Thorn Whip.
Base I see is 1d6.
Oh, what's written here?
It
is
says
2d6.
2d6.
Why would it
Did
say?
it say that after you rolled your attack?
Oh no! But, it's because it's triggered. It triggered.
Yeah.
Oh right. It triggered the crit thing.
D&D
Oh, right,
Beyond
right,
is
right,
triggering the crit. So
Oh yeah. So you're right. 9.
you get max base damage plus an extra die. So you
Yeah.
do
You just
9
you
points
just click
of
it just to
Just to
clear it
get
out.
rid of it.
9 points of
Right
whip
there.
damage
Yeah.
to the exocomp, and then you are able to pull it 10 feet
Oh.
closer to you.
It is weird that it just doesn't like. go away.
Right?
Huh. I don't know what to tell you.
You're not 5th level yet,
No?
right? Yeah. It'll go up to 2d6 when you hit 5th level, but
Okay.
have you rolled
Oh,
the 2d6 already?
It may just be. I don't know why it's doing
It
that.
does say like 1d6
Yeah, it says
here.
1d6 here.
But it
It's-
says 2d6 there.
That's weird.
I wouldn't worry about it. We'll see if it resolves
Okay.
itself.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you can move the exocomp 10 feet closer.
So the exocomp took 9 points of damage.
It did.
Okay.
For 10 feet.
Move it 10 feet closer towards Pando.
Is it still wrapped in tentacles, or
Mhm.
is it being?
Mm,
It's still wrapped in tentacles and restrained, but it did get it. You did
Oh, it
pull
is.
it closer to you.
Halfway-ish.
She's like finishing.
yeah. Okay. Anybody else got something?
Oh, how about some rope? Oh, can I go now?
Sure. Yeah.
Can I just try to lasso him and pull him?
Or can you run out there and just grab it?
That's true. It's only right there. I'll step out and just try to grab it.
Okay. Same thing as before. You can try to literally pick up the exocomp, which will be a higher strength DC than it was to rip air out of this and carry
Right.
the very slight half elf. Or you can just provide assistance, which means you will start your next turn in the tentacles.
No, I'll try to rip him.
Okay. Then make a strength check. You are no longer raging, so just one straight up
just
strength
one
check.
Straight up strength
Grip
check.
it and rip it.
Grip it and rip it. Come on. 19.
19 is good enough.
Good.
You yank the exocomp out of the tentacles. As you do, the exocomp takes an additional 3 points of bludgeoning
Is
damage.
this even an exocomp anymore? Is it?
No, it is actually just a pile of scrap at this point.
We worked so hard to get
But you do drag that pile of scrap
raw materials.
back to the hallway, and all of you are now safely out of the tentacle engulfed room, which about 5 seconds after you cross the threshold, the tentacles once again disappear.
I mean, we do have one more coffin left.
Ray's just skipping around
You
with her new
are
weapon.
out of exocomps.
Oh, that's true. We are out of exocomps. What? I'm not out of rage though, but I should probably save some rage for later.
Why? What else is going to happen in this tomb?
No, never. Nothing.
Don't mind the minotaurs over
So,
there.
Right?
can you just tell
This
me a
seems
little bit
fine.
more
Our
about
future.
my glowing weapon that I have? What is it?
It's a morning star.
It's a morning star. Okay.
Mhm. And that's about all you know about it, other than that it is softly glowing and
Okay.
seems to have been in this sarcophagus for well over 100 years without taking
Okay.
on any rust or deterioration.
Okay.
Even the leather wrapping on the handle appears fresh and new and shiny.
Okay.
Are you gonna wield it? Or are you gonna
I mean,
take possession of it?
do I have to take possession of it in
Well,
some way?
No, I don't know.
You have it.
I have it. Yeah. Okay. I didn't know if I had
Yeah.
to do something else that was separate. Okay. No, that's good. I don't know. We don't have an exocomp, and you
The
can't
menu
mend it.
spell
Unless
is
it seems very
cast on
special, it
it.
could
It
be,
gains
like, plus 1 or
2d6 hit
something.
points.
Mm.
If it has died within the last hour, you can use your smith's tools as an action to revive it, provided you are within 5 feet of it and you expend a spell slot of the first level or higher.
Oh,
The steel
okay.
defender returns to life after 1 minute with all of its hit points intact.
Oh, this thing is. Oh, that's fine.
Let's take a short rest.
All right.
I'm so glad.
All right. Everybody take a short rest. If you need to heal during your short rest, I will just remind you of the rules for that. You can roll hit dice to recover your hit points. You're all at level 4 right now, which means you have 4 hit dice. When you hit the short rest button, you can fill in those little blocks to remind yourself that you're using a hit die. And it will show you on there what your hit die is. So, for example, Pando, your hit die is a D8 plus 1 because you have plus 1 to your Constitution. So when you roll a hit die, you heal 1d8 plus 1.
So I use the spell slot to heal. So do I still have a benefit of taking a short rest? If I'm all...
Oh,
If
yeah.
you're at full health, You can
Oh.
still, you should still take a short rest because some of your abilities, I think, reset
Okay.
on a short rest.
Mhm.
I don't remember.
Just one.
I have. It's
Oh, that's
never.
all I needed.
I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but it's
Mhm.
never like I'll just.
Hit that-
I've always had to do
Take
it
the short rest button.
manually, which is not a
Oh, I
problem.
did
But I'm
that
just like
already.
confused why
Oh.
that is.
Yeah,
and then confirm.
It's not
Yeah.
an issue. I was just.
it's
It's,
not a
always confused
great.
me.
Oh, you get your wild shapes back on a
Go.
short rest, which is awesome.
Oh yeah, that's important.
Ooh.
One's
So do I
50.
need to? I don't get my spell slots back though, right?
You do
Mhm.
not. No,
Okay.
your spell slots
Just
require a
making sure.
long rest, unlike this. This is exactly why air has 2, and you have 7, because air gets them back on a short rest.
Gotcha.
So air recycles her spell slots a lot.
And
You need a good night's sleep
Okay.
to get your
You have
spells back.
7 spell slots?
yeah, I have 4 first and 3 second.
Oh, she
yeah.
turned
At
into a
4th level,
Druids are stupid.
and she can turn.
Yeah, it's a bear. Oh yeah, man, don't mind the bear
And yet,
part.
I am literally still dying all the
Well,
time.
I mean, your rolls. Were
It's like I'm
unfortunately-
not a warrior and just learning.
Peaceful bear.
Anything else? Anything else in this room?
I just really can't.
There's 2 more weapons.
Well, the
Uh,
one
no,
we
thank
couldn't
you.
get at-
I will be my own weapon.
I guess the far one is
Yeah,
all
yeah.
who wandered join the Oshering. What was it?
Oshira.
Oshira.
The Oshira is the.
Yeah,
world
the
famous.
Oshira. Oh yeah, I just wrote that weird.
I mean,
All
if
who
you guys want
wandered join
to,
the Oshira eventually, wasn't it, or
Yes.
something?
air's tapped out, but
You're tapped out.
air's tapped out.
What do you think about him? Let's try to go get it, huh?
I don't see why we wouldn't.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it, kind of.
I like how the big sibling energy is bleeding into the Potom Freya
Yeah.
relationship over
I know. I
time.
sort of feel like, hey, little buddy, come on. That's what he's always been, my little buddy.
I'll wait in the wings in case it's necessary for an emergency exit, but
Mm-hmm.
So you were able to reconstruct the.
We got an exocomp back at full health.
Okay,
Uh,
and I'm
I-
at full health.
You
I
did
mean-
burn a spell slot.
I did burn a spell slot, and I am out of spell slots at this point.
no big deal.
Well, I
Does
mean,
anyone? Do you
I
have
got
any healing
some.
potions?
we do. We have healing potions, and I have an abundance of healing potions.
Oh, okay. I
because-
have
And I can
Panda,
heal
yeah.
you with my many spell
That's
slots
true.
when you
Yeah,
come
Pando,
back.
Pando can also heal a lot.
Yeah, no. Let's go in and get it. Let's do this.
No, I love this. This is,
Okay.
what,
I
this
was
is
like,
exactly
oh
what
god.
these rooms are built for.
Okay.
It's just to slowly bleed down your resources.
So that when we go to
Dungeon design lesson
101.
one.
I
Not
I'm
every room
actually-
has to be super dangerous. It just has to be tempting enough to get you to pour all your HP and spell slots into it.
Oh well, I'm back at full HP and
And also,
I'm fine.
I've never lost any HP in this game yet.
I have 2 rage spell slots left, or 2 rage slots left too. I could totally still rage once and still rage again later on.
All right, what are you doing?
Oh yeah, let's
Let's
go
go to
down
the
there.
farthest.
Yeah, we're going.
All right.
Okay.
Is it the same strategy as
And
last
also,
time?
nope. This time, to all of our friends that are staying in the hallway, let's use some of that rope and just attach rope to us.
Oh, that's
So
a good
that-
idea.
yank you out.
We
Yeah.
can just be pulled back.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
All of that was just said in Potom's voice.
Yep.
I like that. Okay.
Friends, let's go about this a little bit
Got it.
smarter. But we should still, I mean, because the whole reason that we're here is to get objects just like this.
Yeah, that is true. Okay. Well, we're still gonna have to try to lift that lid off the. Let's try not to break it this time, though.
All right. So
Potom takes the sledgehammer that he just pulled out and puts it back.
okay, so
Do you want us to hold your weapons?
so
Yeah, right.
Potom, the Exocomp, and Freya are going out,
Yeah.
and all 3 of you are like in a big lasso of rope.
Yeah,
with one
that
rope
makes
going
sense.
back to
Well, we
the.
yeah.
Like,
With
or is it
rope
your belt
going
loops
back.
or
Yeah,
something?
it's like climbers, right?
Yeah, yeah,
They're all,
okay.
like,
Yeah,
All
we're
right.
like
in series.
like
All right,
loop,
I got it.
loop.
Make your strength check at advantage as you and the Exocomp try to get the cover off this third one.
Okay.
Can Potom also assist in that? Can there be 3 people lifting?
Only 1 extra help. I mean, yes,
Oh.
but mechanically,
I gotcha.
the best you can do. There's no like
There's no
double secret
Mm-mm.
advantage.
Yeah.
Sure.
You get 1 advantage, and
We
that's
got
it.
16.
Okay. 16, like last time, is enough to get the cover off,
But,
but
it smashes it.
it
Oh.
clangs
Wait,
loudly
are we
to the
here?
ground, and
We're here.
spider webs of cracks run all across it.
Seems
Inside,
disrespectful.
you see a final, or you see another desiccated Minotaur skeleton, and in their hands, you see what's in this one. It's sort of a studded baton, kind of a thing. So it's probably about 5 feet long. It is the equivalent of a blunt longsword. Oh, you saw something like this, actually. One of the champion statues was armed with something like this.
Oh.
It is from the handle, looks like the equivalent of a longsword, but instead of a blade, it's more like just a squared iron bar. This is just a blunt force trauma. It's like a sword that's not sharp, basically. And it is gently glowing.
Bottom? Should we? I'll grab it.
I wonder if we take this little extra piece of rope, we don't actually touch it. We just
We loop
slip
it
it around the
around.
hilt. We're not touching it. We're just pulling it out of there.
I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you.
Mom!
Okay. If you want to try this, you will need to untie the rope from yourselves
I don't want
so that you can leave the room, and then someone will have to stay there. Well, you have to untie somebody to give you a little bit of
You
loop.
know what? Here's this.
Let's have the exocomp grab it.
Will you grab that?
To the
To the exocomp.
Okay.
The exocomp is the one that's pulling the weapon.
Okay.
And we're holding on to the rope with the exocomp too, so we can just like
Sure.
run for it.
All right. The exocomp reaches out and grabs the weapon. The moment it starts to pull the weapon away, the tentacles boil up from the ground and encircle all of you. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Come
And
on.
also for the exocomp.
Okay, there we go. 18.
Didn't see that coming.
I
It's
It's almost like
grappled.
disturbing the dead is
Yeah.
a trigger.
Yeah. Instead of a live thing disturbing the dead.
The exocomp, it rolls a 22 and is not grappled.
Nice.
I am the only one that is.
All right. So both our big strong folks manage to fight off these tentacles as they come boiling out, prepared. But Potom is quickly encircled, and Potom, you will take
I would
But-
imagine if you just run.
I know, I was just going to
We're
say
all tied
both the
together.
exocomp
11
and
points
I.
of bludgeoning damage as the tentacles.
Oh, I don't like that at all. You guys do this all the time?
Yeah.
So Freya, what are you doing?
I'm dashing because I'm attached to him.
Okay.
We're tied together,
go
so I'm
running-
gonna run
running back?
Yeah, and which pulls him.
And the exocomp?
In tune with Freya.
Same. Okay. Here's how we're going to do this. Freya, roll a strength check with advantage as you and the exocomp are basically yanking Potom out of the tentacles.
22.
22 is
Yeah,
plenty.
22.
Potom, you take an additional 4 points of bludgeoning damage as you are rent from the grip of the tentacles. But all of you do make it back to safety,
Sweet, with another
holding
object.
And that's the one that was far away.
the
Yeah,
thing.
that was the one that was far
Are
away.
you guys
The
gonna
one
try?
that's closest.
Are you guys gonna try for the closest one?
Yes.
Some way to do it. I think we should.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is what we
can
do
come.
this time. This is what we do this time.
They improve the method every time.
Yes, yes.
They're pros at this.
We'll get the cover off.
And then exit.
You and I will go and stand in the hallway.
Oh, send
Yeah.
the exo.
And then the
yeah.
exocomp
Yeah.
will
And
grab
then
the
yank it
weapon,
back.
and
And
we
we'll
just
pull 'em.
yank the
Perfect.
exocomp out.
Oh, that makes
Okay.
sense.
I
see
thought of
nothing
that
wrong with
after,
that
all
plan.
after the exocomp grabbed the weapon. I was like, why didn't we just have the exocomp
do we
grab
be
the
here?
weapon and then we go to
There is
safety?
no risk in trying over and over again to get this sarcophagus lid off. So we're just going
Okay.
to say you managed to get one chunk of the sarcophagus
Okay.
lid off.
Enough to see the weapon in there.
Yeah. Fun fact: while you're doing that, you destroy half the body inside.
Ooh, that seems problematic.
Oh
one of
my
the
God.
chunks,
Worse.
one of the chunks of the sarcophagus lid fall in and just crush the skull of this priestess.
Just point.
Bottom just points. Why'd you do that?
But you do.
I'm gonna carry a soul wound about that.
Yeah, yeah.
Along with, I'm gonna have to put something in my amulet.
But you
Actually,
do expose the flanged mace
Okay.
that was concealed inside, which again is gently glowing.
You know, I am gonna take just. Well, maybe this is a huge mistake, but there's maybe a tiny bit of crushed bone that flew out around. I would like to take it and just slip it into my amulet.
Cool. Roll a dexterity saving throw as the tentacles boil up in the room, engulfing you and the exocomp
Sorry, guy.
and Potom. Oh no, you weren't in there removing the sarcophagus lid. Just Freya
me.
and the exocomp. Dexterity saving throws, please.
I'm gonna say Panda was just staring at
Ooh,
you
a
like,
bone.
Yeah.
13. It was the call of my ancestors. Seriously, I feel like this is, I have to do something with this
17.
bone to. 13.
Are we being more respectful or
Freya
less
takes 6
respectful
points
to
of
the
bludgeoning
in
dead?
my
damage
mind, we
as
have
you are
desecrated and
engulfed
done
and
horrible
restrained.
things.
Are we the
exocomp
baddies?
is
We're
free
bad.
and is able to move with the mace out of the room. So only Freya is
Okay.
now out there trapped in tentacles.
That's fine. I'm gonna try to just burst out of the tentacles.
Well-
again.
I mean, I would imagine that. Oh, I guess the exocomp is the one that is the only one that has the rope tied around him this time. So the exocomp walks out and he's.
I got it, you guys. Mission accomplished. Meanwhile, Freya's in the back.
Freya's in the back.
The
Like,
rest of us are like,
why, Freya?
Okay, Freya, make a strength check. Are you going to use a rage or not?
Not for this first one.
Okay, make a
No.
strength check.
Just 11.
11's
Doesn't
not good
quite do
enough. So you will take 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Potom to the exocomp. Get Freya!
All right, the exocomp marches back out.
As Potom takes the weapon from.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'll take that mace. Go get her.
Is he going to try to yank her?
Yeah.
yank
Yep,
her out?
The
All right.
same technique that
Roll
Freya's
a
been.
strength check for the exocomp.
Oh,
Come on, exocomp.
So +2.
This is the weird treasure hunting duo has emerged.
Uh-huh.
Oh. Natty 20.
Nice.
Making it a 22.
Nice.
The exocomp has understood the assignment.
Yeah. He goes out, and the exocomp's sort of clamps come out, lock around your shoulders, and he just and pulls you straight up, turns and deposits you in the safe area, and then just takes 2 steps out in the safe area. And again, 5 seconds later, the tentacles disperse.
Guys,
You
I
have
just
cleared this room out pretty good.
Thanks, guys.
You've also totally desecrated this entire sacred place.
Uh-huh.
I do love. Oh my
Well,
god!
I
I
do
love
have
how
some
we're like,
bone.
oh, we've perfected this. We got
We
it.
got it.
Freya's like, I need that bone. I smashed their head. It wasn't even like woo. It was more like I am like
Yeah.
spiritually devastated here, and I
You
need to do something.
however, have the bone fragment,
Yeah, and,
which
and I
you
put
think
into my
is
amulet.
like a sliver of femur.
Okay, I put it into my amulet.
Okay.
Okay, we could I take a short rest quick before we go back to this game? One more short rest, guys. Are you cool with that?
I could use a short rest.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you guys have just been hanging out for like the last 3 hours, just
Like
watching
playing
this.
dice or something.
Right
Yeah, like,
this play.
Some
You're all
elf
rested
game.
up. And it's just, yeah, you're like cat's
I guess I'll
cradle.
make a
Yeah.
stew.
Pando's
Okay.
like, another hour I could have long rested. Like,
Right.
Yeah,
What are we doing here?
I don't know. Maybe Air should have been more involved in that. Now that I'm thinking about it, but
No, it's okay.
I honestly like the idea of you just being like,
What are they?
What?
Why?
what?
oh yeah, Air does have a strong like self-preservation,
Yes.
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
that's true.
Well, it's also the whole thing of like, okay, like you're going for the treasure and stuff, and Freya's kind of like, yeah, treasure's good, but then she's like, we did that, we got that. Oh my god, we got to get another one. Come on,
Likes to
come
win.
on, come on.
Do not take her to County Fair Carnival.
Right,
Right.
That's the justification I think for Air is that she's like, why put herself in danger when they're willing to put themselves
Yeah,
in danger?
exactly.
Don't play pull tabs with Katie.
Oh yeah, especially when she's intoxicated.
I believe that.
Because I have a certain set of rules for pull tabs.
I don't.
Pull tab
Keeps me
investment.
from spending more money.
Uh-huh.
She does not.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, she shows back up with more, and I'm like, oh.
No, that was only one time because I do have rules, but there was just one time I didn't have rules.
Like
Yeah,
this.
okay.
Rules are
Like this
flexible.
is the
Yeah.
exception.
Yeah, well, everything's an exception all the time, so
Right.
you can
Just
have a
this
rule.
one time.
Also, this is now
this
canon
month, this time.
as we run it through the generator to print out all the
Oh, yeah,
text.
Yep, it's been
Right,
inscribed.
right, right.
You are now in possession of 4 gently glowing weapons.
Sweet.
What you
And-
doing with them?
Yeah, what should
Are
we
they
do?
getting-
Can
We
I
will-
investigate these?
I will. Oh,
No, excuse me.
yeah. Let's. I mean, we can
Can we
take a
do
good
an
look at them.
investigation?
Does anybody actually have the identify spell or an ability that allows you to identify
No.
magical items?
Well, I have Arcana as one, but then also. Do I have-
What about religion?
I do. I do
Like,
have Identify.
No.
History?
Oh, I can't cast Identify because I don't have any spell slots left. That's all right.
I have a +4 in Arcana.
Well, so here's what Arcana can do.
There's
Okay.
limits to Arcana.
Okay.
Right.
Arcana says these are magical.
A good
Not even
Arcana
that
roll,
necessarily.
a mediocre Arcana roll can tell you that. A good Arcana roll could probably tell you what sort of enchantment an item has, but may not necessarily give you the full description. The other thing you can do, it's a fun D&D trope, is you can just equip a thing,
Let's see what happens.
and after you've had a chance to kind of settle in with it, if it's an attunable item, once you equip it and rest long enough, it will attune to you, at which point you will have access to its description. Risk reward.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you do that and the description's less fun, full disclosure. But that's another path to knowledge, is
Yeah.
just to start carrying the thing around and see what happens.
I think you should assist me with an Arcana check because I have a +7.
Okay.
Something that.
So when I'm assisting, do I also roll?
That just means he gets to roll advantage.
Gotcha.
So essentially, mechanically, you take the help action.
Gotcha.
The help action provides advantage to another player.
You just declare it.
20.
I am
Declare
helping.
in.
22.
Yeah, exactly.
Looking at all 4 of these weapons, they are, first of all, they are very finely crafted. Archaic, old, but very well made.
Meant for war? Like, were they, like, or not?
Yeah,
Or it's
so
just ceremonial?
you very much get the sense that these are real weapons that are meant for use by like battle clerics or
Ooh.
temple guards or
Sure.
something of that nature. So they're not actually even highly decorated, but they are inscribed with holy symbols. This is not an area of magic that you're super familiar with because this is holy magic. That taps into sort of a different power source than what you would usually utilize. But you know enough to know that the magic is fairly low level, but it enhances the durability and sharpness and impact of these weapons. You don't see anything kind of crazy or elemental or special about these, other than looks like these are enchanted to hit a little harder, swing a little faster, hold up over time. They appear to be pretty solid. So all 4 of these are some variety of one-handed blunt melee weapons with carrying a +1 enchantment
For medium creatures.
for medium creatures. So if you want, if any of you want to split them up, one for each of you, or if you just want to throw some in the inventory, if that's not really your weapon or your style.
Air has no interest in these weapons other than monetary interest.
Yeah.
Uh,
Certainly they'd be worth money.
Sure.
And this is the kind of stuff that your friend Morana would pay money for. But if you want to equip, you don't even have to stick to the description I gave. If you want to pick a weapon that you like, as long as it's one-handed, melee, bludgeoning damage, I can show you how to add one to your inventory that is +1.
I think the bottom is definitely lays out a blanket and has the weapons all on there, except for that hammer, which he is held on to very tightly.
Freya's kind of holding on to that morning star too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the
Like
so
the
the
Morning Star.
bar and the
You can add a
This
Warhammer
mace.
+1 to
Okay.
your inventory.
And from Pando's perspective, like, she's not a weapons person. You know, it's her spells and her wild shape that she really sees as her. But we are, I mean, part of why we're here is to find things to bring
Yeah.
to that person.
I will just say Pando currently carries a mace, wields a mace. That is your.
Does she?
She does.
Yeah, you do.
She
Did she
carries
just
a.
find it in her pocket?
She carries a shield and a mace. She doesn't pull the mace out very often
True.
because she's not really
Proficient.
generally a mace. No, you're proficient, but you don't generally reach for it because you have a +2 to hit with a mace because you're not a really big strength girl.
Right.
But you can use it. And so if you wanted to equip the mace +1, you could take a mace +1. You do not have to. Certainly, you could just throw it in somebody's inventory and come back to it later.
There's a Morningstar +1. Can I just add it like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd be more interested in it being in the pool of things that we bring back from
Cool.
our.
So we'll leave the
treasures.
bar and the mace in the blanket.
Mm-hmm.
And Potom also has deposited his old warhammer into the blanket. He rolls it up, ties it up, and attaches it to the back of the exocomp.
What is the bar? Is it a quarterstaff? It's not a
We're
quarterstaff.
gonna
Or is it a wand or something?
no.
No.
I would, if you're putting it in your inventory, I would call it a longsword +1.
Oh,
But
okay.
I'm homebrewing it so it deals bludgeoning damage instead of
Okay.
slashing damage.
Yeah.
So Potom, are you gonna record those items?
Yeah.
So call it a longsword +1, a mace +1.
To manage inventory. Mace +1 add to backpack. And longsword.
All right. I'm going. Oh shoot. Oh well. I'm gonna assume
Look at those and see
that
if
we.
I made the right choice.
Quick question: how late are we playing?
Oh yeah.
That is totally up to y'all. My family's up in West Bend, so I can play till whenever. I know you got a thing at 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys want to go another?
Let's go one more hour, huh?
Yeah, because I have a thing at 3 and I can't wear this to my thing at 3.
Yeah, it's all
So
good.
your thing
Well,
at 3
Dan's
is not
doing it.
pajama friendly?
It's not.
Dan's
Nah,
doing
worth
a
going
counting
to.
with the cat. So,
Solid.
Dan's doing a counting with the cat.
Nice.
I'm gonna pee in the laundry basket later. Did you add that to your spreadsheet?
Yeah, no, I know.
That was Dan.
What's
Yeah.
that?
Oh yeah.
Okay, my assumption is that y'all have come back, or I guess back to here. If we kind of want to fast forward, oops.
Yeah, Air's gotta kill some things here. Oh, I mean, maybe not. Hopefully.
Who can say? You're still a bear? No, you're not a bear. You're
I
a
am
panda.
not a bear. Yes.
You're a pando, not a bear.
You're a
Pando bear.
Pando bear.
Panda bear.
Man, where did we find? Took us a long time to discover that one. All right, very good. So you are back. You have 3
Which one is that one?
tiles in front
Yeah.
of you that say, oh, what did they say again?
Peace, solution, and dancing.
Peace, solution, dancing, and we have the words, right?
Yep.
So what order were those?
Here, I'll
In.
see quick, real quick.
Well,
And normally I wouldn't give credence to the order,
This is just
Right.
me.
but Matt
No.
gave them in a specific order.
yeah.
So now I'm
The
thinking there is an
solution
order.
was first
Oh, so
Yeah.
Well,
I
I
would
don't know
just
if this is
apply my bonuses.
first, but like
So
this
it
is how
would
he
be the
presented
exact
it.
same
Solution,
thing.
Oh, it's the exact same
dance,
thing,
wander, and then peace.
I say we do solution,
Except
except
for the
solution,
for
but
the
we
mace,
can
the mace,
wait
the
these
one,
two
Dance.
to.
1d6.
We've gone back up in there.
Yeah.
We're right
Yes.
back to the start. Okay. Dance. I would be inclined to. Although the Morning Star was with peace, I had a good luck there. I don't know. I vote dance.
You vote dance, but I feel. Wait, why do we vote dance? What's the logic in that?
I mean, is there any logic could go down with any of these? We can make up
Yep.
whatever logic we want to for
I
any
al-
of
I
these
think
words.
I was only gonna say
I would
solution.
imagine that if we step on dance, that we would have to follow through with what's
It's the family unites in the great dance.
Yeah, but
You
see,
know.
but this is the thing though. In that phrase,
Oh.
dance appears last,
correct solution
and
appears
solution,
first.
and
Okay.
that phrase was presented first.
Oh, okay.
What
That
was
the actually solution was presented first.
That's what I
Oh,
mean.
Yeah.
That's what I said. So I was.
yeah,
that's why I
okay.
said solution.
so? Yeah, I would
Okay.
imagine. What is it? Solution, patience, feelings,
Solution
or
in the
whatever
order
that
that we
last-
were told. It was
forgiveness.
solution, dance, wander, peace.
Solution, dance, wander, peace is what it was. The order that we were initially given.
So that's why my vote was for solution.
Okay. All right. That's solid.
Yeah, solution sounds. What was the? What were the three? Dance, solution,
Peace.
and peace.
Yeah. Peace.
And peace is also not first, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Solution is first.
Okay.
Which one?
keep
was
thinking,
in
like-
solution? Oh, the hammer was in solution.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Hammer was in solution.
Okay, so someone is stepping forward. Who is that person, and what tile are they stepping on?
Is
The
it big
exocomp?
enough for all? Oh,
Answer is always exocomp. What would we do without the exocomp?
right.
I don't. We would die a lot more. As well.
Exocomp steps on to solution.
The exocomp. Can you move the exocomp forward, please? The exocomp steps onto solution, and nothing happens.
Sweet. Okay. Well, that's. I
Can we
mean,
follow?
It is occupying that space.
Can we see
Oh,
the
so
next?
in my
Yeah,
head, like there are these like massive
Yeah,
tiles.
so-
Oh, they're 5x5.
Yeah, so
Okay.
all of the squares on the grid are 5x5.
Okay.
And the idea is
That's a tile.
a person
Gotcha.
takes up that space. So imagine the tiles whatever size you want, but they're small
Sure.
enough that
Mechanically,
one person can
yeah.
stand on them at a
Okay.
time.
What are the next
Yeah, what are
three
the next
squares as the exocomp sees and then reports back?
So the next three squares that the exocomp sees have the words patience, wisdom, and purity.
Okay.
Wisdom and purity. Well, it would be patience.
Solution, patience, I would
yeah,
imagine.
Patience.
That's
That's the vote for me, at least.
Yeah.
exocomp moves on to patience.
Okay. The exocomp steps forward onto
And
the
blows up.
tile labeled patience, and nothing happens.
Okay. Okay. We're on a roll
And
here.
what
Okay.
are the next three words?
The next three words are connection, family, and progress.
Shoot.
Well,
Family, probably. I mean, family.
Family was one of the. I mean, it was said several times.
Quick question: as the exocomp is leaving the tile, nothing happens
Correct.
Okay.
You don't.
to the tile that it's
When the
exiting.
exocomp is on the tile, you see no reaction of any kind.
Okay.
Okay.
So patient. It
On
was,
or off.
what were the three again?
Connection, family, progress. I'm inclined to say
family
family.
is the only other one that
Family.
shows
That
up
they
in the.
actually say in the phrases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Family then.
Family.
We'll see what happens.
Family.
Okay. The exocomp steps on the one labeled family, and nothing happens.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
What's the final
What's
one?
the
The final three that the exocomp sees are fight, champion, and forgiveness.
Forgiveness.
forgiveness?
Yeah, please.
Okay. The exocomp steps onto forgiveness, and nothing happens.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
Can we?
Can we all follow in the same?
So are they, now the exocomp is clear of that.
The exocomp steps off the far side, off of the tile floor, and is now in that other chamber,
Area.
which it can kind of shout back to you, or say out loud back to you a little bit of what it sees, but it can't give you a visual.
Sure.
I guess I've always imagined that the exocomp is mute.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, other than of like a little whirling or a ticking of a, kind of the
In my
clockwork.
head, he
In
did
some way, it had
bits
to
like
communicate these-
R2D2.
Sure.
Yeah, I would
I
say
would imagine that there's a little bit of that, like not really necessarily a beep, but like more
Yeah.
of a whistle.
Yeah.
And
A little more steampunk, a little less robot.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, like a little more clockwork.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like it.
Okay.
So, in place of a beep or a boop,
Beep, boop, boop.
there can be a ding
Okay.
because
Sure.
there's
Yeah.
various bells.
Yeah.
But
Chimes and whatever.
like it.
yeah.
Who's going next?
Potom will follow in the Exocomp's place.
Okay. So
Stepping on
you
the
step
same-
first onto
Uh,
peace? Or
No,
solution? No,
solution.
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 Patience, family, forgiveness.
All right. You step onto solution,
And it blows up.
and
Anything.
the word, the phrase underneath you glows gently, and nothing happens.
This
This
is
is-
it differentiates between
Different from the experience of the tile interacting with the exocomp.
yeah.
Sure.
It differentiates
It's
between
inorganic.
organic and construct. Or,
But you
yeah.
seem to have chosen correctly on this step.
Okay.
Okay. Well, then I will follow with
What's the worst that could happen?
what is it? Patience was next.
Patience.
I got spell slots.
You step next onto patience, and again it glows gently, and nothing happens.
After seeing this, air is just. I've seen plenty. So air follows.
Air goes
previous-
next.
Selected
Mhm.
solution.
All right.
The
So
previous.
you're on solution.
Yeah.
Panda feels comfortable doing
Next
the
in
same.
front of you is connect, family, and progress.
Family.
Is it family,
Mhm.
right?
As you step onto this square, the word glows red, and I need you
Oh shit.
to make a dexterity saving throw as you hear a very soft
Oh, lordy.
and
What did we do wrong?
darts come flying out from different directions in the walls and ceiling, firing at you.
How does 10 sound?
Doesn't sound good.
No.
Doesn't sound bad though.
Well, I mean, it's double digits.
You are going to take
Oh,
4 points of piercing damage, and now I need you to make a constitution saving
Ugh,
throw
poison or
as
something.
the poison enters your bloodstream.
Resistance against poison.
It seems like a dwarf thing, but maybe rock gnomes have it.
That would be under my saving throws, right? That's where that.
It would
resistance-
show up, yeah.
Yeah, that's where my like.
that's where that's. No, I think that I am thinking of the Exocomp.
It would be under
here.
defenses, just underneath your hit points.
Oh, right. Resistance, immunities, or vulnerability. Yeah. Well, then, yeah. I don't know why.
Yeah, no.
It splits it up a little bit because there's
Okay.
like saving throw
Yeah.
things too on the other side.
Okay. I'm making a
Con save.
Constitution.
They were talking about like these and then
This. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Advantage
How
against
does a
being
20
charmed.
sound?
20 is good.
Magical. sleep.
With a 20,
Yeah,
you
magic
are
is magical
not
sleep.
going to take the poisoned condition. And you will take only 4 points of poison damage, as it was reduced to half.
Okay.
Is
Uh,
poison the same as acid?
No,
They are different.
they are different. So you're definitely on the wrong square. You can leap to the next set of squares from which you can choose fight, champion, and forgiveness.
What did we think it was?
We went to forgiveness.
All right. Bottom will go to forgiveness.
Okay, you leap ahead onto forgiveness, which glows softly white, and then you are able to step off the far side,
Okay.
removing yourself from the tile floor.
You been taking notes?
It's
Yes.
not family.
Air, you were following close behind, so
Yeah, but I only entered the tile after
Yep.
Potom exited.
Yeah.
So
So you stepped on solution and then patience.
right,
In front of you, you see connect, family, and progress.
right, exactly.
I wouldn't do family because that got
Right.
poisony.
Yeah. I turn around and go,
Is that a cat?
any
feeder?
ideas?
Oh, hang on. Let me pause this here.
Get into D&D tactics.
Bonus action. Disengage.
I'm going to go and assist Matt, and I will bonus
Disengage.
action disengage.
The wrong,
I was like,
the
that's a
wrong,
really
bonus
realistic
action was the
feeder
10-foot
voice.
shove.
Because I did not think it was a human.
I didn't have any rope to throw around Matt and give him a full.
Yay.
Okay, I
tell
think
me
where we.
Tell me what color solution and patience were again.
Blue or something.
Light blue. Or,
Yeah, it was
light
blue for both of those.
And then
red
red, and then
for-
white for forgiveness.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Very
you were
patriotic.
choosing between connect, family, and progress
Yep,
for your
and-
next step.
And you mean connect and progress, not family.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's-
right.
you have-
Well-
I don't limit your choices. I'm just telling you.
Air's gonna step onto progress.
Progress.
Yes.
Okay. Make a dexterity saving throw as the tile flashes red.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah, 4.
that's
It's
you
fun.
Brett Favre'd it.
Carved it.
Total fumble.
Take 2 points of piercing damage, and then please give me a Constitution saving throw as the poison enters your bloodstream.
Courses through your bloodstream and starts to connect to your neurons.
9.
Oh.
That's not great. You will take 6 points of poison damage, and you will take on the poisoned condition.
That sounds unpleasant.
I have never had to open up this tab before, and I don't like it.
The poisoned condition, for those
conditions
that are not familiar,
Yo, where is?
isn't
You click
great.
You click in conditions.
Condition.
Oh, you have disadvantage on attack rolls.
Disadvantage on attack
No!
rolls and ability checks.
More importantly, attack
Oh,
rolls.
look at that! You can even put. I'm sorry, I
Oh, I
never
didn't
opened
see
this
the
up before,
I haven't
and
either.
I am.
I didn't
It's
even
so
There's an
cool.
exhaustion.
Yeah.
Stunned.
Grappled is what we should have been using
Restrained.
before. Oh,
Restrained is a separate condition.
oh yeah,
from grapple.
restrained. We should have been using that
Oh,
before.
Yeah.
we should have put it on.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't. Yes, you can do
Okay.
that.
No,
in the
that's
future.
helpful.
Yeah.
that's fun.
D&D Beyond, pretty cool.
Yeah.
What are the
Well, it's
limits
been
of
getting
your healing
better.
here? We'll see in a second. I guess.
Next
Yeah.
step for you is fairly obvious as you step onto forgiveness, I assume.
Yeah.
And then you safely step off the far side with Potom.
I thought for sure you were gonna be like, you step on forgiveness. I assume. Take another
You're
dexterity.
dead. Pando, you said you had proceeded behind,
Yep.
so you
Oh.
stepped on.
I'm sure that I saw Potom watch that
Yeah.
happen. I would love to apply a healing potion to Air.
Does healing
I assume you just hand it to Air. You don't like force it down Air's throat
No.
since she's conscious and like standing. I
Let
apply.
me help you! Let me help you!
I forcibly apply a healing potion. Yeah,
It's
that's
topical, so she just...
very good. Just smear a healing potion on.
2d4 plus 2.
Do healing potions remove poison conditions?
They do not.
Oh.
That was
They,
my.
but
yeah,
they
that
do
was-
heal damage,
Yeah.
which you just took a significant amount of.
what
so-
was it? Sorry. what was it?
2d4 plus 2.
So, Pando, solution, patience, and then you come to the third step, from which you can choose connect, or connection rather, family, and progress.
Back
I'm
where I
gonna go
started.
with connection.
You step on collection, and it glows softly white.
Wonderful. I'm gonna give it a little hop over to forgiveness.
And then you safely make your way to the far side. Freya, as you step, I assume you follow the path that has now been safely lit for you.
Yeah.
As you step on solution and then patience, you knowing a little bit more this language a little bit more than everybody else,
She's just gonna know this solution after.
you
all this.
read the next three not as connection, family, and progress, but as and family and progress.
And family in progress.
The first word is actually and,
A-N-D.
like an ampersand.
Oh.
And you step on it and it softly goes
Oh,
white.
my
And
word. That's
then
the phrase.
You step on forgiveness and safely exit.
Solution is patience
Connect.
and forgiveness. I suck at Zelda puzzles, by the way. I suck at.
Oh yeah, I always look them
Okay.
Same.
up.
Do we have
Can I
Anything.
hear his
Cheater.
poison?
Forgiveness.
Cheater.
Before
can we
we
examine some
Before we do any of
items?
that, let me give you a quick description of your environment.
Okay.
You
What a
step
glancer.
into
Yes, I have 2. I have cure wounds.
you step
Yeah.
into this room, not a massive
good.
chamber, but a larger chamber.
Oh well.
Let me see if
Uh,
I get better.
The central feature of this chamber is a large, raised. At first, you take it to be a dais, but then you can see, after a moment's glance, you can see that this is also a sarcophagus, very different from the ones that you saw before, or maybe not a sarcophagus, but it is a huge, or not huge, it's a large rectangular stone container, let's say. And you can tell it's a container because there is a top. And like the sarcophagi, it is a big stone slab on there. But it's a different shape and size than the sarcophagi that you saw previously. It's 10, maybe 12 feet long. It is deep, probably 6 or 7 feet tall,
Wow.
and extends to a great depth behind it as well. There are magical lights in the room that make it easy to see in here. And there are similar inscriptions and reliefs around the perimeter of this room. Nothing particularly new here, but echoes and repetitions of things you've seen throughout. You can ignore those sort of statues in the back that you see on the screen here. That's not here. The only real feature of this room is this big stone container. Most interesting, however, about this stone container is that sitting atop it is a large, almost glossy covered fat book. There's a big fat tome resting on top of this container. It's on those stands that like you put a Bible on, or in the library for old reference books.
Sure.
There's something like that, but it's actually part of the cover, so part of the stone cover. So there's like a stone thing holding it up. However, the book is closed, and this container is laced with silvery, gently glowing runes that none of you can read. This is not Minotaur language. These are magical runes that seem to be encasing this thing in almost chains of runes, going all the way down. They trace from the book itself down around the perimeter of this container in all directions. And every 2 seconds or so, there's a soft pulse of silvery light from the book itself that then cascades down through the runes and alights them in sort of a pattern, like if you've ever seen LEDs that kind of it's sort of like that. They're not on all the time, but like a pulse of magical energy seems to go through them and glow. That's what you see in this room. You see nothing
So
else.
I know that we can't understand the language. You've made that clear, right? But just looking at like an intelligence check, like an ability to recall lore about deities, rites and prayers, religious hierarchies, holy symbols, and practices of secret cults. Couldn't there be something that we have learned that might be familiar, even if we can't read the language?
Yeah, if you want to make a religion check here, that's fine. If you want to make an arcana check, if you want to
Love to make an
investigate,
Arcana check.
I guess
I
I
can
don't
make a
want
religion
everybody to
check.
just repeat the same check, but
Right.
tell me what you're trying to discover or think about, and
Yeah.
I'll tell you what check, and we'll do them.
I would. I guess I would love to understand even though I feel like Potham has put the context clues together, there's the chains of the archway above to whoever this woman was.
Twisted Mother, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the Twisted Mother. It's probably most likely this is her,
Right.
and we
Should we
Do we
not?
wanna
don't
unleash
touch
her?
the book
Do we want to
or any
unleash her?
bones.
Yeah, don't worry. Didn't know we need to specify that.
That's Panda's concern after like what we just did and not knowing the inclination of everybody else at that moment. Like I want to have a little bit of an understanding of like what would happen if we potentially remove something or to open the book or something.
Sure, and that's I guess the Arcana check that Potham would like to do is just to understand more of the altar and the sarcophagus itself.
Great.
I have a side when we're ready, but I
Okay.
like this pan out.
So let's do a few of these. What's your Arcana?
It's 16.
16. And your religion? Or you were rolling religion? right?
21, but not a natural 20.
Okay. With a 16, all you're able to determine. Actually, I'm going to come back to you. With a 21 religion check, you take a little time and look once more through the symbology of all the murals and reliefs and inscriptions on the walls and things like that. And though they at first seemed like echoes of everything else that you've already seen, you see in here there actually is a little more detail than what you saw in other places. And again, although you do not know this legend,
Sure.
you're not familiar. The Oshira is relatively new to you. The Sinnoh and their practices are relatively new to you. Many religions have common threads. And what you pick up on here is a little more of the story that was obscured above, which basically tells a story of a child being welcomed or either being welcomed into a community or joining a community, growing up, and then leaving the community, and then something coming back and destroying the community, or in conflict with the community, not destroying, in conflict with the community, and then something being contained at great cost. And at the very end, there is a child leaving the community. That's the panel that wasn't upstairs. You take a closer look at the box or the container, and you notice two things. First, you notice that these chains of runes are, again, not magic you're super familiar with, but they are pretty advanced magical wards. You're not sure you've ever seen anything quite this powerful, but what you do know are two things. One, these are focused inward, not outward. These runes, these chains are designed to hold something inside, not to prevent others from getting in. So unlike a vault where it's set up to protect from access from the outside, these are designed to keep something from getting out. The other thing you can tell is that the book itself is providing power for this whole magical structure. It is the power source. And you know a thing or two about power sources, and you can tell that this book is very significant, that it is very potent. It's delivering an amount of charge through whatever is anchored it to this web of spells that is in excess of what you have been able to create in some of your best soul gem constructs up to this point. It's on par with some of the best you've ever created, the kinds of things that could power deadly constructs or create massive bombs. This is a powerful artifact.
Something like that's powering the exocomp.
stronger than that.
Yeah. Okay.
And one last thing that you notice, not from your Arcana check. The cover of the tome has some writing on it, like title kind of thing, but it's not, at a glance, not in a language that you recognize. But as you're investigating and looking at it, as you focus on the cover of the tome for just a little bit, the writing almost seems to squirm just a little and reform itself. And you see on the cover an equation. And it takes you a second, but then you realize that this is actually the completely solved equation that you were working on 2 decades ago in your workshop back in the other side of the world. And you worked on it for years. And it just sat in the corner of your chalkboard. And every day you would come back and look at it and question and struggle. And your partner, now long gone, and you would spend hours debating what the possible solution could be, and you just couldn't push through. Something was missing, and it's the one thing in your life that you ever struggled with that made you think, maybe I'm just not smart enough to figure this out. But here it is. The answer. Complete. The proof. Laid out. And it's so simple and pure and obvious when you look at it that it hits you like a ton of bricks. And that's on the cover of this tome.
Feel like all of a sudden that like crappy foraging kit comes out, and Potom is like,
The moment you look away, it's gone. And
Like a dream.
you just can't quite.
sure. So I
Remember.
have everything else that I already knew written down, and then the rest of it is gone.
Yeah, but while you were looking at it, it was there. And you were like, well yeah. But the moment you break your eyes away and start to try to write, the text swims, and as you look back up, the surface of the tome is blank. The title is blank.
Can I do an investigation check? Are we all seeing? Is Potom vocalizing any of this, by the way? Of what he's
I
saying?
would imagine that there was like an audible gasp as he like pulled it out, pulled out the paper and tried to start to write it down, and then that whole when you make a massive discovery but you can't quite vocalize it. It was no, you don't understand. It was my whole life. I've been working at it was here.
I'd like to do an investigation check and just really kind of check this out without touching it.
Yeah,
I'm not
sit-
going to touch it.
Bottom like
No
grabs
touching.
her and he's
I
like, no
won't touch
touching.
it. I won't touch it. I
Well,
won't
and
touch
You don't
it.
even have to
fine.
roll an investigation check if you want to look at the book.
I would like to look at the book myself. I
With
wanna
your
know
eyes.
I want to know what I
Look with
see.
your
Look with
eyes.
your eyes.
Or there's, or I imagine that Potom
Full toddler management now with this part.
Look
that's
with
the
your
only thing that Potom could get out, and was like, look.
Yeah. So I'm going to look at it
Frey,
myself.
when you look at this, similarly, the title swims before you a little bit. And what you see on the cover, when you were young and training in warfare, once you got past the basics of combat training and your father pulled you aside and started to train you in being a leader of warriors, you studied many of the great tacticians and generals of the ages. You sat and looked over sand tables and moved units around, discussed strategies and tactics with the other war leaders from your tribe. What you see on the cover are sort of schematics or war plans. And at a glance, they are brilliant. You've you see formations and traps and maneuvers that you've never
Unbeatable.
considered before.
Yeah.
Yeah, like solutions and defenses to attacks that you thought could not be protected against, and ways to outmaneuver strategies that stumped you as a young leader of your father's troops. And you feel certain that between the covers of this book are
The
the
solutions.
answers to leading when you do return home, that if you knew what is in this book, you would be better able to lead a force that could really accomplish something.
Oh, I want it.
Can Pando share her warning with everyone? I mean, because she saw that, which obviously, you guys saw parts of it as well upstairs, but Pando just says, I don't think we should touch or remove anything in this room. I think it's going to show you what you want to see. And I think it's temptation, and I think that this will be a lot harder than the tentacles. Also, I don't want to release whatever's in this.
No.
I think we will die.
Yes.
Air wants to look at the book too, but only because I want to hear what Matt.
Look
had
with your
prepared.
eyes.
So, Air, when you look at this book, what you see.
Just before this happens, and especially when Potom was watching Freya looking at the book, there was a command given to the Exocomp to protect this sarcophagus,
Okay.
that no one should touch it,
Okay.
especially the book.
You got it.
And especially me.
Anybody. So what I think what Air sees. I have two options.
I was gonna say this might be difficult actually. Yeah.
I think what Air sees. No, I'm going to keep it simple.
It's you holding the house cup in your head, boy.
Yes.
Yeah, you're the boy.
You're just sitting on a throne of gold, on a pile of treasure.
Well, it is. It appears to be a tome of financial tactics, and it describes approaches to bartering, buying, selling, manipulating markets, making investments. That, as you're reading it, like, this doesn't seem like a chintzy get-rich-quick scheme kind of book. Like, they're talking about things that you'd never considered, but it's almost like the book, it feels to you as if the book is describing the reason that all these rich people have been rich this whole time. Like, the secrets that they know that let them turn a small amount of gold into real wealth.
It's gonna become like a class warfare.
Yeah. But it's it feels like it's like this is a book that would give you insight to control your financial destiny in a way that you have never been able to.
Pano does not go near it.
She doesn't want to look.
Nope. She knows it's just temptation and lies.
Okay.
Man, if only he had some way to, I don't know, identify a magical object. It'd be so convenient.
We do. We would just have to take a long rest down here. And the longer that we wait down here, the more the temptation is going to tempt us.
I'd just like to see what's beyond in the next chamber. Can we just leave this for now and go
Sure.
explore a little more?
Yeah, go ahead. You can pull that cardboard
Okay.
off.
What?
So I'll spoiler alert you here. There are no other traps in this crypt. The only other room that you make your way to is a room full of various chests and urns.
Mhm.
It it's not quite a storage room, but it looks like maybe in the pyramids a place where one might, where a pharaoh might put their belongings to carry with them into the afterlife.
All the furniture
Yeah.
along with
All the
them
great
King
furniture.
Tut's tomb. Yeah.
But it's not quite like that, because this isn't placed here as like we want to honor this person, but it is clear that it is placed here with care. I don't know quite how to describe this, but some of the inscriptions and things would the vibe you get is that this was placed here because it doesn't belong to the Sanhok, and they didn't feel comfortable taking possessions from this person.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like, we hope you carry this with you into the afterlife. Glory to you.
Sure.
It's like, this is yours. We don't want to touch it.
Sure.
Can we just do an investigation check, see if there's anything
Yeah,
that we
is
would
there
want to
anything
take
cool?
with us?
Yeah. Any cool loot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I?
Roll an investigation check. Anybody who wishes to do so.
14.
Is there
Natty 20,
Ooh.
making it a 27.
Ooh, that's
Yeah.
a big one.
Yeah.
Is there
rolled
sorry,
16.
stepping out of character, but like if you were looking for like curses, what would you roll for that? Would that also be intelligence?
Arcana?
Well, in D&D, when we say curses, that means a lot of different things.
Sure.
So a curse, an item can be cursed, and the only way to know that an item is cursed is to cast a spell to detect it, which
Gotcha.
you don't have, or to equip it and get cursed,
Right.
and then be like, oh shoot, I'm cursed.
No. Thanks.
And then there are curses that are spells. So like,
Okay.
your friend Air curses people.
Yeah.
But it's
Seen it.
so it's possible for there to be like traps that are magical that would imbue a curse on somebody.
Gotcha.
But what you'd be searching for in that case is a magical trap.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there isn't really a way to be like, "Is that curse? Let me roll for that." Okay.
Okay, so folks are rooting around in this.
Yep.
Okay, so as a party, you open up some of these chests and urns. None of them are locked. None of them are trapped. You uncover what you estimate to be about 350 gold pieces worth of jewelry and art items. So not a massive treasure hoard here, but some things of real value.
Yeah.
And if you want to take those and add them to the party stash, you're welcome to do that.
Is there room in what you tied everything else up in, Potom?
What's that?
Is there room for these things in what you
Oh,
tied up and put on the
there's
exocomp?
plenty of bags and things that we can store stuff in.
Yeah. And as a reminder, in our game, I don't count
Like, wait.
gold and loot
Unless you're
as
trying
Okay.
to take like a
weight, unless it's like a dragon's horde level.
Yeah.
We need wagons to ship it out of here. So I'm not.
Or Auroch poop.
Or-
or
done.
yeah. So I'm not super worried about that. Like,
200-foot statue.
but it's worth approximately 350 gold, various coins and such. By the way, 4 children are about to walk into this house. That was the text I was getting. Some friends have come over. And then the other thing that you locate in here.
Hey.
Hi guys.
Hi.
He's like, oh.
And now that's canon too.
If it gets recorded, that's it.
Yep, it's real. The other thing that you notice, Potom, your eyes are tuned to some slightly different stuff. And you notice that back here there is another of the altars, the same altars that you saw down in the room with the sarcophagi. This altar is slightly larger, but unlike those other altars, this one has 3 large bowls that appear to have fairly fresh ingredients. Almost like this altar magically refreshes itself, or has a preservation spell or something. But whereas the other altars were empty, essentially, of material, these 3 bowls are full.
Hey, you guys, I think I found something over here.
And
Explains how you all know.
Yeah.
and you also recognize the materials
Oh.
in these bowls. They are pretty rare alchemical components. The first bowl contains something called black water, which is a liquid component. You don't know a lot about what it's used for because you're not an alchemist, but you know it is hard to acquire and even harder to create, and it is quite expensive. The middle bowl contains witchweed shavings. Witchweed is also a component, a natural component, naturally growing, but has to be harvested in a very specific way to be used in alchemical solutions.
They're legalizing it in most states.
Yeah. It is typically burned and then the ash is incorporated into alchemy. But in religious practices is often burned like an incense, which drives alchemists crazy because it's also very valuable. And then the final bowl contains something called firestone powder. Powdered firestone gives off a dull heat. It's not hot to the touch, as in like it wouldn't ignite things, but it is warmer than you'd expect. Think about like the contents of those
Hand
hot
warmers,
packs,
yeah.
hand warmer hot
Mhm.
packs. It's kind of like that, and this bowl is full of that. You are very confident that Morana would be excited to get his hands on this.
Well, then I will look around for. I'm pretty sure that I will empty my wet skin and
Be careful not to
fill
drink
it
that.
with the black water.
Yeah, carefully don't drink the black water. by
Right.
accident. Yeah, you can package this all up.
Yeah.
So I want you to write down rare alchemical components.
I would like to roll a medicine check to see if anything cures poison.
Oh, right. There's that.
Okay, do it.
With my +0. Woohoo! 12. You know nothing about
I
anything.
mean, some things cure poison.
In the world?
But you don't know what they
you're
are.
you don't see anything laying around here that
Well,
cures
obviously does.
poison.
Just rub some dirt in it.
So I had a 14 for an investigation check.
Okay. You don't find anything beyond the gold and art items that the
Okay.
party, generally speaking, pulled out of
Okay.
these chests.
Okay.
That's it in here. It's
Okay.
basically a little treasure room.
Yeah.
And you found the stuff in it.
Does this actually go down?
That doesn't exist.
Oh, okay.
Ignore those
Okay.
stairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is really the end.
This
All
is
that
it?
remains
Is the
unexplored down here
Is that thing we
is that-
probably shouldn't touch?
room with the book.
Yeah.
Everybody can throw 87.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
87 gold pieces and
5
5 silver
silver.
pieces into their monies.
One night.
87 gold. What was it?
87 gold,
5
5
silver.
silver.
Great.
Thank you.
So at this point, as far as you can tell, you've explored the entirety of this underground crypt. Haven't encountered any monsters, unless you want to go jump down a very deep cavern. It's kind of up to you if there's anything else you'd like to do in here. Otherwise,
I think as the last act that we destroy the passageway down.
Oh, okay.
It's not a bad idea. Do you have a little explosive
Like
device?
that? Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Or
Or it'd be easier. It'd probably be easier to destroy the bridge, wouldn't it?
Still,
was really
it still
solid.
allows for people to, to eventually cross. Where if we were to destroy this hallway,
Oh, okay.
people would have to actively clear this, and we can leave a warning
Yeah.
that
Just a
says
handwritten note.
No touchy.
no,
No.
No touchy.
not worth it.
Just
Not
real
worth
simple. Like, not worth it.
Not worth it.
Signed, bottom.
That's totally it. That's totally our nephew Oscar. That's an
Do we ever
Oscar
have
truism.
anything in inspiration?
Not worth it.
We don't, not currently.
Okay.
Yeah, we could be given inspiration at some point.
Oh,
The
okay.
inspiration died. Yeah.
Okay, so
Do you have a way to destroy it, Bottom?
Other than just
Dynamite.
brute force, dynamite. Sounds like a fun made-up word.
Fantasy dynamite.
TNT.
fancy dynamite. Now I know what you're talking about.
I once
Why
tried
did
to
you
create
say
a
so?
bomb in this game and was reminded that gunpowder is not a thing. And so ultimately, we will just have to,
Smash.
yeah,
Smash.
smash.
All right.
But
So y'all are leaving.
We are.
there is here's a warhammer. Here's a crowbar. Here is a sledgehammer.
Is this feasible?
I have a two-handed battle axe that I can.
I have a mace.
I mean, you all have a magical weapon that you can put in your hands and hit walls with, I guess.
How about this? First off, let's go about it.
We're in the negotiation
in the
space.
Potom sort of way. Potom looks for weak points in the walls along the way. The best way to collapse that passageway possible.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Just cast fireball repeatedly at the wall.
24.
Okay. You search around in the passageway out, and it becomes obvious to you very quickly that the tools that you have available to you are not going to allow you to do any kind of real demolition down here. However, after some thinking and analyzing, you're pretty confident that you could greatly widen this chasm to the point where it would be
Annoying.
much more difficult for someone to cross. With several days' work, you could probably carry rubble down from other parts of this crypt and like build essentially a barricade to seal off or try to seal off this tunnel. But it's not like in an hour you can destroy this building that has survived for a
Millennia.
very
yeah.
long time through all kinds of.
Will
So
you,
What if
no,
we just leave
is
a note?
the short answer is no. You could do some stuff,
Uh,
but it's not like you can collapse the walls.
even okay. So
Hear me
let's
out.
see, if we need to create a choke point, what did I do to get into this cavern again? Being that it's been a moment since we played last.
Just open
What-
the
You
door.
figured out
There
the
was
pattern.
there was a little
Under the altar.
that's
there was a
right.
little
Mhm.
Trigger or
button,
something,
essentially
yeah.
a trigger that caused a
And you're the
panel
only
to
one that
move
like noticed
out of the
it.
way.
We can maybe destroy that.
So we go back up,
We just
and Potom
mess with the-
wedges a thing into the altar to
or breaks off the trigger.
to make sure that button does not operate.
Okay. I'm gonna ask one
Sure.
small nuance. Are you permanently disabling the trigger in a way, in an attempt to make it never work again? Or are you wedging the trigger in a way that somebody would have a hard time discovering it accidentally, but that you would still be able to
What if we have to
open
return?
this up later?
Second option.
Only because of the smile. Second
no,
option
yeah,
because of the
I'm just-
smile.
By
Yeah,
the way,
with smiles.
by the way, you do not have. This does not have to be information that anybody else gets.
Right.
I want to know
As far
if
as
Potom-
they understand, I've destroyed the trigger to open up the thing.
Do you
so that
actively
nobody
lie
can,
to us?
so that nobody can go down there again.
What do you tell us?
And if they were to try it, that is the truth.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I mean,
anybody who I mean,
I'll play it
try
straight. I
not to
just wanna know.
metagame this, but
No,
anybody
I'll try
who
to
would
play
like can make an insight check. And
Oh,
Potom can make
Hannah
a
takes it for
deception
face
check.
value.
So if you're saying out loud, all right, here's what I'm going to do, and then you do something different, then I do want you to make a deception check to see how effectively you
I'm gonna make an insight check.
carry
too.
that across.
I will only because there's few opportunities to otherwise.
Natty 20.
God damn it.
And I just have a 9.
I have,
And
a,
Panda just has no reason to question
I have
it.
20, but not natty.
Uh,
Okay, well,
I sort of
Nice
think,
job.
maybe
Potham
there's
seems,
it
seems
doesn't
on the
it's-
level. Potham feels very confident that he has sealed up this danger.
and there's very confident he
You
has.
don't have any reason to question that.
Alrighty.
I also could see Potham, maybe no, so correct me if I'm wrong, but like, not ill-intended, just to be like,
No, yeah, I'm.
I don't know, maybe
reason
someday I'd want to, but
This is
I'm
exactly
not...
why I asked, because I don't think Potham is malicious.
No,
but I do think Potham's the kind of guy who
Keeps options open.
keeps options open, and especially loose threads like that. Potham sees that there's danger there. I 100% believe that, and is like, we don't want people messing with this.
I'm trying to prevent a great danger from happening, and all of a sudden I stumble upon
Right,
a world-changing power.
right.
Oh, I don't think so. But if this mission fails, we might need a world-changing power.
Backup options.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Knowing the power of the temptation, and also, just in Potham's own history, his very trusted accomplices have betrayed him. We guard against that now.
totally.
I like it.
And
All right.
again, not malicious.
No.
And Potham knows that he has
Don't
the
get that
integrity
vibe.
to not go after that for world-changing power.
All right, friends. Back up in the sort of small ruined village above, if you'd like, night has fallen at this point. You can set up camp and take a long rest.
I think that's a good idea.
I'm going to hand out some experience here in just a moment.
Does the long rest cure my poison?
Your poison condition fixed itself after
Dissipates?
about 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Just went away. So your sort of wooziness and unsteadiness faded
Interesting.
over time.
Is that normal for poison?
It depends. Lots of poison effects in D&D are time-based, like you're poisoned for an hour or poisoned for a day. The poison condition itself just sort of represents the like unsteadiness that comes with you're like
Sure.
violently ill, basically, is like how that works. It's like being terribly it's like being terribly hungover, and in fact
Right.
sometimes that is a thing. Like
Okay.
you drank so much, I'm giving you the poisoned condition for
Oh my
6
gosh,
hours. That
that's
you know
amazing.
that kind of deal.
According to one of those little dungeon crawler websites, poison is rather difficult to cure without magic in D&D 5e. There are no clearly listed mundane cures to poison. You may ask your DM to see if you can craft an anti-venom of some kind, which it sounds like it's Matt is setting up a house rule here of poison in his game naturally cures itself over time.
Or at least this poison.
This poison.
Every poison operates differently.
Okay.
Yes, but this specific poison was a magically created poison dart. It was a poison dart spell, and that poison specifically, that poison condition only lasts for a period of time. But there are many poisons in the world. Some of them much more virulent and terrible. Some of them much more mild. All of which have many different effects. Some poisons paralyze. Some poisons set up a slow sort of bleed effect where you take damage every few moments. There's all kinds of fun poisons out there. This one just provided a 5-minute period
Sure.
of sort of unsteadiness in
Medicine
addition to the
checks.
poison damage.
Medicine checks may vaguely aid in curing a victim. Depending on the poison, a high medicine check could cure them outright or simply add an advantage to the next save against the poison. This is up to your DM to decide, and no poison has set in stone medicine DC. By the rules, magic is by far your best way to cure poison, and the following spells are good cures for poison. Aura of Purity, level 4. Hero's Feast, level 6. Lesser Restoration level 2, Protection from Poison level 2, Purity Food or Purify Food and Drink level 1, and Tasha's Otherworldly Guise level 6.
Good fun.
Yeah, Lesser Restoration is where it's at. That's the one you want.
And that's exactly
That's
what
the
it's
one
saying.
you want near to hand.
Protection from Poison if you know that poison is going to be on the board. Otherwise, Lesser Restoration is the best spell.
What
Um,
about experience?
So the experience you are going to receive for clearing this little dungeon, and though you handled it in a different way than you could have, the final room, I am going to award each of you 1,500 experience points.
Whoa!
Wow. It's pretty good.
Wow.
This is a not
indeed.
insignificant location, and a not insignificant plot point.
Ooh. Not that far from level 5.
Not quite enough though to.
Like-
Wait,
1,000.
1,000, yes.
We go back in and touch the book.
You haven't left yet. When we start next time, you will be waking up in camp, still at this location. You can at that point continue your journey or do what you want to
Go
do.
right back down, touch the book.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. In the Choose Your Own Adventure books, I would, once I was done,
Go
Go
back,
back
go
and
back
tell you
and be
did
like,
every
what would
single
have
one.
happened? So,
Yeah.
like, do we get that? Do we get to know, like,
Oh,
What-
Can we have a what?
1,000%.
Can we have a
no.
what if episode?
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
I know.
There's no way I tell you what actually.
Quick save, reload.
There's the only way you get to find out this particular piece of the plot that I have
Is to
prepared
continue.
is to
Yeah.
commit. I will never give you this.
Oh yeah.
Even if we die.
yeah,
You
what,
would tell
what
us
if our
we died.
character dies?
When this campaign is over,
Yeah.
I will not tell you what this was
What?
because I will save
will-
it and use it.
Matt is going to the grave,
I built a cool thing.
and we skipped it.
I told Carolyn all about it, and she was like,
Sidestep.
"Dang, that's cool." You're gonna be the most mad,
Oh, I bet.
personally as a human. But I will never. I will take this to my literal grave. I'm gonna pause us here or stop
Can we
our
make alternate
I knew I
characters?